Chapter 71 Invasion of Hogwarts. 4. With such a massive amount of magic being expelled so suddenly, it would have blown up all of Hogwarts in an instant. Fortunately, the location of the core was magically protected in case something like this happened. After all, no matter how stable something is, there will always be moments of fierce magical fluctuations due to the movements of the ley lines. Although it didn't destroy Hogwarts, the entire castle shook. The blue barrier protecting the castle flickered a few times, almost as if it would disappear at any moment. Fortunately, the barrier held firm, although its color was much more opaque. Herpo, the Archbishop, and Grindelwald didn't need to speak to each other. They knew what to do at that moment. The three of them drew their wands and pointed them at Hogwarts, still shielded by the barrier. At that very moment, 3 gigantic spells shot out from the tips of their 3 wands, violently tearing through the air and colliding with the barrier. The 3 spells, fired simultaneously by Herpo, the Archbishop, and Grindelwald, were of devastating power. Converging at one point, they formed a vortex of raw energy that threatened to break the already weakened magical barrier of Hogwarts. The barrier, now pulsing in a pale and unstable blue, oscillated violently under the impact of the spells. Sparkling lights shot from its surface like sparks from a forge, each ripple containing within it a silent plea for preservation. Inside the castle, students and professors felt the ground shake beneath their feet. Corridors and rooms vibrated with the uncontrolled energy released by the destruction of the core, and now, with the barrier being bombarded, the atmosphere was charged with an almost palpable tension. Then, what everyone feared happened. In a mere second, Minerva watched the barrier that had protected Hogwarts for over a millennium break in a single instant under the devastating attack of 3 especial grade wizards. She didn't know what had happened at the core, nor whether Filius was alive, but she knew she had to focus on what was happening. Minerva crouched down and touched the cold rock of the floor. Without hesitation, she used her innate technique. World manipulation, she murmured calmly. Making the castle shake even more, stone walls rose from the ground with a thunderous sound, encircling the entire castle. In the next second, Minerva kept up her attack with pillars of stone. Massive stone pillars shot towards the hill where the 3 high-grade wizards were located, according to Rose. As the stone pillars hurtled through the air, they seemed almost alive, directed by Minerva's unwavering intent to protect Hogwarts. The landscape around the hill was abruptly reshaped as the pillars landed, creating a barrage that served both as defense and attack. Each pillar slammed into the ground with such force that it sent shockwaves through the area, aiming to disrupt the wizards' concentration and block further assaults on the castle. Minerva McGonagall, a very powerful innate technique. Unfortunately, she lacks enough talent, otherwise, she would be one of the strongest, capable of destroying entire countries with that innate technique, Grindelwald said calmly as he watched the enormous pillars approaching. A mere semi-special grade witch heretic, the Archbishop scoffed disdainfully. Herpo and Grindelwald merely rolled their eyes at the Archbishop's words, both aware that this kind of fanatic couldn't communicate like a truly intelligent person. Seeing that the Archbishop and Grindelwald didn't move to block the attack, Herpo reluctantly waved his wand gracefully, and the next moment, all the stone pillars transformed into butterflies. "You blocked our view, foolish heretic," the Archbishop complained loudly, as tens of thousands of butterfly mirages filled the sky. Being called a foolish heretic by the very organization he himself had whimsically created caused Herpo's lips to twitch abnormally. Suddenly, the expressions on Herpo and Grindelwald's faces changed drastically. A gigantic multicolored sword broke through a section of the stone wall and flew towards the hill where they stood. Grindelwald did not hesitate. He apparated along with his acolytes and disappeared. Herpo followed suit, apparating away as well. The Archbishop was the slowest. He only had time to grab a few subordinates before apparating, leaving almost 30 fanatics behind. The multicolored sword arrived moments after they would have been hit. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, a cloud of steam and heat rose into the sky. The terrain around shattered, and gigantic chunks of earth and stone were thrown upward. As for the fanatics left behind, they all turned into ashes floating in the air. Behind the wall, a huge humanoid figure rose, gigantic wings of golden light unfolded on the figure's back. It appeared to be a woman with long white hair wearing angelic armor. It was a Valkyrie. The war maiden, Minelauva Iris. On another hill, Herpo looked at the huge cursed spirit with surprise. I have to admire the boy's imagination. He really knows how to create powerful cursed spirits, Herpo laughed and said, gazing at the Valkyrie who seemed more like a goddess than a cursed spirit, although the malignant energy was unmistakable. Looking to the side, Herpo noticed the calm expression on Grindelwald's face, as if he had known in advance. Asterion is not in Hogwarts according to the information, which means he placed this cursed spirit to protect someone, Herpo continued, speaking with a gentle smile. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes and looked at Herpo, disliking the mysterious man spying on the successor he had chosen in case he died today. Perhaps noticing the displeasure in the seer's gaze, Herpo returned the look with a gentle and friendly smile. Just as he was about to speak, a gigantic pillar of light fell from the sky and collided with the Valkyrie. It seems the Archbishop has begun, Herpo said before apparating away again. Grindelwald looked to his acolytes behind him and spoke calmly. Begin. Yes, my master. With that, they all apparat. Grindelwald remained at the location, waiting for the arrival of his old rival and lover. After all, without anyone to delay the most powerful man in the world, this entire operation would be a failure. Seeing the cursed spirit that emerged from her shadow, Daphne felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. This is good, at least one of the 3 special grade wizards is occupied, Minerva murmured in relief upon seeing the cursed spirit that looked more like a goddess, but the malignant energy was unmistakable, it was a cursed spirit. Minerva looked towards Rose, hesitating. Did she really want to send a child who hadn't even finished her first year to fight? But before Minerva could decide, Rose, who had been paying attention to the cursed spirit, turned her gaze towards the man who had suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall. He had features of Middle Eastern descent, dressed in an elegant black suit with a perfectly groomed beard framing his face. "Who are you?" Rose asked, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall. Everyone, including Minerva, felt a shiver run through their bodies at the gaze of that man. A special grade wizard. Chapter 72 Invasion of Hogwarts, 5, Chapter 73 Invasion of Hogwarts, 6, Chapter 74 Invasion of Hogwarts, 7, Chapter 75 Invasion of Hogwarts, 8, Chapter 76 Invasion of Hogwarts, 9, Chapter 77 Invasion of Hogwarts, 10, Chapter 78 Invasion of Hogwarts, 11, Chapter 79 Post-War, 1, Chapter 80 Heir of Salazar Slytherin, 1, Chapter 81 Heir of Salazar Slytherin, 2, Chapter 82 Heir of Salazar Slytherin, 3, Chapter 83 Salazar's Heir Slytherin, 4. Chapter 84 Sequels, Chapter 85 Civil War, 1, 86 Civil War, 2, 87 Civil War, 3, 88 Civil War, 4, 89 Civil War, 5, Chapter 90 Civil War, 6, Chapter 91 Battlefield, 1, Chapter 92 Battlefield, 2, Chapter 93, Conflicts on the Battlefield, 1, Chapter 94, Conflicts on the Battlefield, 2. Chapter 72 Invasion of Hogwarts, 5, Looking into the incredibly blue eyes reflecting the purest blue sky, Herpo spoke with a gentle smile. It's been 643 years since I saw another Six Eyes bearer. He didn't care about the fear everyone felt of him. Was it normal to fear something you couldn't control? Rose narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. The man in front of her hadn't lied about meeting another Six Eyes bearer, or at least, he controlled every part of his body to make her think so. You should be in a pyramid, drying up like a mummy instead of walking around, spooky grandpa, Rose said sarcastically as her blue eyes began to glow with a phosphorescent gleam. Meanwhile, she gestured for all the students and teachers to leave the cafeteria. Minerva looked at the student with a worried expression and left the cafeteria. If they stayed, they would only be burdens to her if the fight started. Professor McGonagall began to leave with the students and teachers, ready for any enemy attack. Spooky Grandpa. Herpo stroked his beard and murmured with an intrigued look. It's not very kind to call an elder something like that. Suddenly, Herpo dodged the hand that appeared abruptly behind him, aiming for his heart. Looking back, he found Rose smiling coldly at him. That was sneaky. I expected more from you, Lady Potter, Herpo said, spreading his arms with a desperate expression on his face. A friend of mine taught me that we should strike when the enemy least expects it. Rose shrugged and replied with a big smile on her face. She seemed more relaxed with just her and the enemy alone. So she could fight without fear of hurting anyone in the battle. A very wise advice. Only fools fight head-on with the enemy. Unfortunately, this method only works with inexperienced people, Lady Potter, Herpo nodded, very pleased with Rose's words. As for the people who left, he didn't care. His goal was to talk to Rose in the first place. You're the man who fought Asterion, Rose said, looking at the features of the man in front of her. You know him? Herpo feigned surprise and began to speak amiably. I almost lost this body in a moment of carelessness. He's unbelievably cunning and despicable for someone his age. That's the Asterion I know. He's quite despicable when it comes to fights. Rose agreed perfectly with the enemy's words. Asterion didn't hesitate to use questionable methods to win. What's your goal? Circling the enemy, Rose asked as her hands formed a seal. I'm just a humble researcher, he replied, his voice gentle and warm. I love magic above all, but there's something I haven't discovered in 2,000 years of my existence, the end of everything, the end of magic, the root. As he mentioned the root, his expression twisted into a tangle of pure excitement and euphoria. His gaze focused on Rose, more precisely on her eyes, as if he saw the most precious thing in the world. 2,000 years, cursed 2,000 years. I've waited for so long, I don't feel pain anymore, but my soul aches. Herpo spoke gently, his features returning to normal. This man was insane. Rose added Mustafa to her list of crazies. Someone with a sane mind definitely wouldn't say what he said. You're not sane, you should go to church. God must help a bit with that screwless mind. Tapping her thumb on her own head, Rose grinned widely and spoke with a softer tone, as if talking to someone with a severe mental illness. Even with over 2,000 years of life experience, Herpo couldn't help but curl his lips in frustration. The youth of today are truly remarkable, he spoke, his smile gradually fading. Rose had really managed to irritate him. Don't get angry, I'll kill you forever and end your torment, dear lost lamb. Rose noticed his anger and smiled gently, almost like an angel declaring the fate of a sinner. I'll enjoy tearing out your eyes and hearing your screams of agony. Herpo spoke coldly, without any smile on his face. Innate spell manipulation, supreme soul permanence, soul manipulation. A blue halo covered Herpo's hand, and without hesitation, he vanished from where he stood and reappeared in front of Rose. Rose, on the other hand, appeared sitting on Herpo's back with a smile on her face. You missed, she spoke with a teasing smile. Herpo instantly changed direction, his entire torso twisted inhumanly, as if he had no bones or muscles. This caught Rose by surprise, but facing the hand approaching her, she just looked bored as the hand failed to advance further. You have to try harder, Mr. Spooky. Rose approached Herpo's hand and spoke with a tone capable of irritating anyone. Herpo took a deep breath and felt that this fight would be exhausting. He only hoped the Archbishop would arrive earlier to help him. This girl was really managing to irritate him in a way he had never experienced before. Outside Hogwarts, the battle between a Valkyrie and the Archbishop was intense. Falling from a great height in the sky, the Archbishop murmured piously. Innate spell manipulation, Father of Light, celestial light manipulation. Under the control of his magical energy, light condensed into a huge whip of light in his hands. Without hesitation, he manipulated the light whip. The pliable whip tore violently through the air with extreme speed. In a millisecond, the whip struck the cursed spirit, tearing a large part of Valkyrie's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, the Archbishop condensed a huge sword of light in his hands and swung the sword towards the cursed spirit's head. But before it reached the War Maiden, a gigantic barrier of wind stopped the light sword. In the next second, under the confused eyes of the Archbishop, a colorful sword appeared in Valkyrie's hand. She wielded the sword, and a beam of concentrated light shot out from it towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, threads made of light manifested below the Archbishop, covering a large area of the sky. He landed on a light thread and slid along it as if skating on ice. As he dodged the light beam, sliding between golden threads of light, pillars of light descended from the sky, opening huge holes in the clouds. The Archbishop simply lowered his hand, forcing all the pillars of light to fall from the sky. The pillars descended from the sky at a frightening speed, bombarding the earth mercilessly. The Valkyrie covered Hogwarts with a barrier of wind, blocking any attack that would cause the destruction of the castle. The furious winds from the impact between the barrier and the pillars of light swept through the surroundings, destroying everything in their path. The War Maiden maintained the wind barrier and began to float in the air, gaining great altitude. Storm clouds covered the sky in an instant, thunder boomed loudly in the heavens, announcing the arrival of a colossal attack. The Valkyrie, flying in the sky, pointed her sword at the Archbishop and flew towards him at great speed. Her enormous size did not diminish her speed in the slightest. Foul creature. Faced with Valkyrie's attack, the Archbishop did not back down. He condensed two large swords in both hands and met her head-on. The gigantic difference in size seemed somewhat comical, but when the swords from both sides clashed, they made the sounds of thunder seem like you were listening to them at a low volume. Shockwaves spread through the air, causing huge furious winds. The Archbishop stepped back slightly, and both swords in his hands transformed into whips of light attacking Valkyrie from various directions. Due to the frightening speed of the light whips, the Valkyrie had no time to react and was struck. Half of her body was cut in half, blue blood raining down from the sky like a blue shower. In the next moment, dozens of light spikes pierced Valkyrie's body as the Archbishop smiled cruelly. Unconcerned with his own injury, Valkyrie pointed to the storm-filled sky and lowered her only remaining arm. From the sky came a flash, followed by the sound of thunder. In a single second, a gigantic pillar of pure electricity descended from the clouds, hitting the Archbishop squarely, leaving him no time to react to the unexpected attack. "Aha!" An agonizing scream echoed in the sky. Chapter 73 Invasion of Hogwarts 6. When the pillar of electricity ceased, the Archbishop still stood on the ground, his priestly red mantle long gone, burns of varying degrees appearing on his body. He breathed heavily as he watched the cursed spirit regenerate and return unscathed in a matter of moments. Gritting his teeth, he spoke almost growling, "You let yourself be struck to create an opening for an attack. Well done. I didn't expect a filthy beast like you to be capable of such thinking. But you will die now," he said, crossing both arms to make the sign of the cross and murmuring coldly. Domain expansion, great expansion of the universe. All the noise around him ceased completely. The barriers were formed in an instant, and he manifested his innate technique within the barrier, smiling victoriously. The entire domain expansion occurred in a mere second, no, even less than a second. 0.00000001 milliseconds. The domain expansion stretched up to the sky and covered the War Maiden. If anyone were to see the domain expansion from within, they would see an entire space dark, cold, and lifeless. In the vastness of this space, there was a single bright point. All matter concentrated into a singularity in space and time. Then, an extremely rapid explosion occurred, a number inconceivable for human understanding. With a blinding glow, the entire Valkyrie evaporated in an instant. She didn't even have time to react or do anything. When the domain expansion barrier broke, the Archbishop arrogantly smiled and walked, wounded and ragged, toward the castle. Never in his life had anyone come out alive from his domain expansion, and today was no different. Although feeling almost half of his magical energy disappear, the Archbishop smiled bitterly. The domain expansion, though powerful, cost a lot to manifest in the real world. Grindelwald, who watched the entire fight up close, calmly looked at the Archbishop. Though he was a madman, he had the capital to be arrogant. Such a powerful domain expansion was truly rare and frightening. Suddenly, the Dark Lord heard a loud, sharp snap behind him. Smiling gently, he turned and saw who was waiting. "You took quite a while, Albus," he said, looking at the most powerful man in the world. Albus Dumbledore didn't respond and looked at Hogwarts with a cold, pragmatic calmness. The surroundings of Hogwarts seemed to have been the scene of a battlefield, with huge craters and the ground charred and blackened. After looking at Hogwarts through what was left of the barrier, Albus confirmed that everyone was okay, although they were all fighting their respective opponents. This relieved his concern. Then, he turned to his old lover and spoke with a smile. "Gellert, you look handsome in that outfit." "Of course I do. I prepared extensively for this occasion." Grindelwald laughed and arrogantly lifted his head. Both seemed like old friends rather than enemies about to kill each other. Albus laughed too and transfigured his blue robe into a sleek blue suit, much easier for fighting. "You will die here, Gellert," he said with a gentle, compassionate tone. Grindelwald's smile grew, his eyes beginning to glow with a phosphorescent light. "We shall see about that, Albus," Grindelwald replied, laughing. But before the battle, they both raised extremely strong barriers around them. The entire environment changed into a world filled with grass and a blue sky. They could fight within this barrier without sinking the entire island of Britain. With preparations made, they both spoke at the same time. "Innate spell manipulation, the inevitable future, the future I see." Innate spell manipulation, the eternal flaming sun, radiant Sunday. White flames surrounded Dumbledore while Grindelwald's body remained unchanged, though his eyes glowed like two pale moons. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a gigantic sword of white fire manifested in his hand. With a gentle smile, he thrust the sword into the ground, and in the next moment, everything within 10 kilometers around him burst into flames instantly. The massive wave of heat swept through the entire environment within the barrier, increasing the temperature hundreds of degrees. "Don't die, Gellert." Looking at the intact man, Albus laughed and spoke. Inside Hogwarts, Rose and Herpo were engaged in an extremely fast-paced hand-to-hand battle, though the disadvantage was obvious to everyone, as Herpo couldn't even touch Rose in the first place. Dodging Rose's leg, Herpo showed no anger at seeing his attacks being ineffective. He had already expected this for a long time. Rose was virtually invincible within the infinity, the space around her extending to an incalculable distance, making any attack, whether physical or energetic, impossible to reach her. Herpo had to admit, fighting someone like this made you feel like you were worthless with no combat power. The world was truly unfair, always favoring some, and Rose Potter was the chosen one. But Herpo wasn't unarmed against this invincible defense. Magic was incredible and could truly perform miracles, but miracles cost an immeasurable amount of magical energy. So, he only had one chance, a chance to manipulate the space around Rose for 0.5 seconds in exchange for all the magic in his body, which is why he needed an assistant, who had just arrived at the scene. The smell of burnt human flesh hung in the air, causing Rose and Herpo to look at the man wearing tattered clothes with a strange look. Rose laughed and taunted loudly, "Do you want me to get salt? Unsalted meat is a very sad thing." The Archbishop grimaced upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth and spoke with a cold, venomous voice. "Finally, I've met you. Abomination. Sorry, I don't give autographs to Undercooked meat? Rose spoke with a smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm and amusement. The Archbishop breathed heavily. At this moment, the pain from the burns on his body was infinitely less painful than Rose's taunts. With a flick of his hand, a violent whip of light tore through the walls of Hogwarts as if they were made of clay and flew towards Rose, who stood still in the face of the attack. "Don't be shy, come closer." Rose lifted her head and spoke arrogantly, approaching the Archbishop with an excited smile on her face. The Archbishop transformed the whips of light into two broadswords in both hands and attacked. He stomped on the ground forcefully, creating a crater beneath him, and flew towards Rose. He reached her extremely quickly and struck with both swords. But to the Archbishop's surprise, the swords didn't even come within 20 centimeters of her before stopping completely. Trapping the burnt man with the Limitless, making space act as a second skin for him, locking him in place, Rose raised her index finger and murmured with a gentle smile on her face. Innate spell manipulation, Limitless, red. Above her finger, a swirling red ball of energy formed, altering the gravity of the environment the moment it appeared. "Don't die, Mr. Undercooked Meat." With her words, the innate spell was cast, hitting the man's abdomen. The Archbishop only managed to reinforce his body with magic and spit out a large amount of blood before being thrown backward, crashing through wall after wall, one after another. Herpo looked at the scene and placed his hand over his face. Fighting against a strong enemy wasn't despairing, plans could mitigate the power difference. But having incompetent allies, that was truly despairing. But Rose didn't stop there. Innate spell manipulation, Limitless, blue. Under Rose's index finger, a swirling blue ball of energy formed. Rose looked at Herpo and smiled gently. Herpo didn't react before being pulled towards Rose at extreme speed. Grabbing Herpo by the neck, Rose showed a somewhat frightening smile and spoke. "I promised that when I found you, I would beat you up so badly that your mother probably wouldn't recognize you. My mother has been dead for over 2,000 years, I thank every night that she's burning in the flames of hell." Herpo spread his arms and spoke with a smile. "Even better that she's dead, at least she won't see her son getting beaten up by a 13-year-old girl." Rose retorted with a bright smile, showing impeccably white teeth. "Has anyone ever told you that you're an annoying girl?" Herpo contorted his face and replied in a helpless tone. "No, everyone says how incredibly beautiful, intelligent, and powerful I am, like the reincarnation of a Greek goddess," Rose responded with a narcissistic and arrogant tone. "You and Asterion were made for each other," Herpo gritted his teeth and muttered, finding the shamelessness of both teenagers incredible. Before Rose could unleash an unprecedented beating on Herpo, a whip of light tore through the air at that moment, but instead of aiming at Rose, it was directed towards Herpo. Instinctively, Rose released the neck she was holding, and Herpo jumped back while holding his neck with a smile. Emerging from the hole in the wall, the blood-covered Archbishop returned to help Herpo. Arriving by his side, Herpo spoke while keeping his gaze on Rose, who seemed unconcerned. "Don't attack again without thinking, you stupid lunatic." The infinity around her protects her from any physical and energetic attack. "You could have said that earlier, you stupid heretic," the Archbishop spoke with a dissatisfied tone. "I thought you already knew. After all, we're attacking her," Herpo spoke in a tone of injustice. Humph. When my lord needs me, he just points, and I obey. I don't need to research about this abomination, the Archbishop spoke piously while not hiding the pride in his voice. At this moment, Herpo just wanted to turn around and leave this place as quickly as possible. Both his allies were troublesome. One was a stupid lunatic and leader of a cult, the other was also a lunatic, though more pragmatic. With her hands behind her head, Rose spoke at this moment. If you want, I can give you some time to formulate a strategy. I'm having a lot of fun right now, having 2 punching bags is really comfortable. Whether Herpo or the Archbishop, both wanted to rip Rose's tongue out, they had never encountered someone so irritating in their lives. Chapter 74 Invasion of Hogwarts, 7, You know, if I wanted to, I could kill you both at any moment, Rose said with a smile as she placed her 2 hands straight in front of her. Between her hands were the figures of Herpo and the Archbishop. She continued, if I bring my palms closer, this happens. Rose smiled and brought both palms closer together. As she did so, whether it be Herpo or the Archbishop, both felt the space around them suddenly shrink. They looked at Rose with the same angry gaze. She definitely didn't need to say that, she could very well kill them at this moment. But to irritate them, she purposely spoke, wanting to make them feel fear and terror. If I keep pressing, you'll become a tomato sauce seasoned with human organs. Unconcerned with their stares, she continued to whisper with a rather sadistic and cold tone. Are you having fun now? Because I'm quite excited at the moment, excited to crush you like insignificant bugs. Rose felt she was spending too much time with Asterion, she wasn't this sadistic before meeting him. Can you stop her for a second? Herpo asked with a smile, not worried about being killed. If he were killed, that was just one of his many bodies, he had many others ready to receive him at any moment. I can do much more than stop her for a second, I can kill you right now, the Archbishop spoke coldly as he clasped his hands, ready to use his domain expansion. Suddenly, the space around him violently contorted, breaking his body as if someone were crushing a soda can. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the walls a crimson red. The Archbishop of the Aurora Society spat out a large amount of blood and looked incredulously at the white-haired girl who smiled gently at him. This even surprised Herpo, who looked astonished at the 13-year-old girl. Don't look at me like that, I'll feel shy, Rose hugged herself and spoke with a rosy tone in her cheeks. The Archbishop just spat out another large amount of blood upon hearing this. Herpo covered his face with his palm as he took a deep breath. If possible, he would never encounter Rose Potter again. He had never met such an annoying person in his life, and he had met many famous people who left incredible legacies for humanity. Unfortunately for his plans, Rose's eyes were essential. So even if he failed today, he would return regardless of Rose's strength, because dreams cannot be killed. Though the next time he returned, he would bring competent allies, not stupid religious fanatics who didn't possess a single neuron in their heads. I think we'll die before we even get a chance to touch her, Herpo said to the Archbishop. Struggling to stand. Blood dripping onto the floor of Hogwarts, the Archbishop didn't care about his wounds and merely mocked, "Are you afraid of death, stupid heretic? My lord will embrace me after my death." Herpo just rolled his eyes at his comments. In 2000 years, he had never seen a god care about a human. Gods, or personifications of concepts, as he preferred to call them, couldn't interfere in the material world under normal circumstances. They seemed more trapped than free, almost as if they couldn't break certain laws. These laws were as old as the world itself. The poor Archbishop didn't know that when he died, it wasn't God who would welcome him with open arms, but the very personification of death, and she wasn't at all kind to humans, especially after the events of the Paravel brothers. Suddenly, an evil laugh echoed from the depths of the hallway, causing everyone to turn and look back. In the shadows of the corridor, a pair of snake-like red eyes glowed. "Ah, what an honor to see the famous Rose Potter," a cold, hissing voice sounded, and from the shadows emerged a figure. He was very handsome with black hair and vibrant red eyes, a cold and cruel smile lining his lips. "What a shoddy job, full of irregularities. But I must admit, you're mad to have split your own soul so many times." As the creator of Horcruxes and with an innate technique related to the soul, Herpo almost immediately noticed the Horcrux fragment in the newcomer's body. He was truly shocked by the size of the soul fragment he was seeing before him. It was tiny, almost 3 times smaller than his own Horcrux fragment. This meant that the man in front of him had divided his soul countless times, something that he, the spell's creator, had never thought of or dared to do. Damage to the soul was not as simple as physical damage. Once damage occurred to one's soul, in the best-case scenario, it was a pain 1,000 times worse than physical pain, and in the worst-case scenario, death was a relief, as madness and paranoia consumed the mind until their last days. At the same time, Herpo knew who the man in front of him was. "Voldemort," Herpo said with a gentle smile. The moment he said this, a colossal pressure spread throughout Hogwarts like an invisible wave impacting everything in its path, such a large amount of magical energy that it even made the gravity around heavier and the air thinner. "You will all die, and I will ensure it is slowly and with much pain." With her hair wildly floating in the wind, Rose reached out her hand and spoke coldly. "Innate spell manipulation, Limitless, red." Swirling red vortexes of energy manifested on each of the 3 enemies at an abyssal speed. As Herpo, the Archbishop, and the newcomer, Voldemort, regardless of who he was, were thrown backward, breaking through walls until they exited the castle and landed on relatively flat ground. Since most of the castle's protections were disabled, Rose teleported and appeared at the location where her enemies were thrown. At that moment, Rose was using her 6 eyes at full force, the infinite amount of information from dozens of kilometers appearing before her, impacting her mind and causing immense headaches. "I didn't plan to kill you too, but now that I know you conspired with this human-shaped trash, you're going to die," Rose said, focusing her gaze on Voldemort, who stood up as if nothing had happened. "If I tell you we have nothing to do with each other, would you believe me?" Herpo straightened his suit and asked with a sincere smile. "What do you think?" Rose replied sarcastically. "Ugh," Herpo let out a heavy sigh upon hearing this. But Herpo knew that not everything in this plan was a failure. Discovering the limits of Rose Potter was crucial for the future. So he wasn't exactly sad at this moment because he had learned valuable information about Rose Potter. "What a shame, I liked this body," Herpo murmured to himself. Elsewhere in Hogwarts, the strongest teachers and students battled against the fanatics of the Aurora Society and Grindelwald's acolytos in an unrelenting fight. The professors divided the battlefield, which was the outer courtyard, into two fronts. The first front was obviously the professors fighting on the front lines with deadly and cold attacks, almost like cold machines. They were all experienced and powerful wizards. The second row, behind the professors, consisted of students from 4th to 7th year, along with some strong first years, like Daphne, Theodore, Zabini, Doria, Draco, and others. Winds and lightning surrounded Daphne's figure. She looked like a goddess in the air with her long blonde hair floating around her. With a simple wave of her hand, powerful lightning bolts tore through the air, striking the fanatics, throwing them away and killing them instantly. These people are insane. They rush in as if they can't feel pain or fear of death. Beside Daphne, Tracy shouted, casting a spell at one of the fanatics, sending the opponent flying backward and crashing into the wall. "It doesn't matter, just kill anyone who manages to get past the professors," Daphne spoke coldly. Unlike other younger students who were hesitating to kill their opponents, like Tracy beside her, the Greengrass heiress attacked to kill without any mercy. One of the first lessons taught to her was to kill without hesitation. Hesitation leads to death. Suddenly, a massive amount of magical energy made the entire castle tremble, followed by deafening explosions, causing the students to feel their world spinning upside down. Minerva touched the ground of the castle and helped the castle absorb the impacts while continuing to attack the enemies with smaller-scale attacks, as putting too much force into the attacks would destroy the castle and all the students inside it. Because of her innate technique, Heart of Nature, Daphne possessed a great talent for detecting magical and negative energy. In her senses, 4 tyrannical auras clashed outside the castle, along with 2 giant suns colliding further in the background. 6 special grade wizards. Daphne presumed that 2 of the 6 special grade wizards were allies, Rose Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Rose fought against 3 enemies, and Dumbledore against a single enemy, the most powerful one. What in the name of Merlin is happening? Daphne thought when suddenly, she felt a malevolent aura appear on her battlefield. A semi-special grade, cursed spirit. How did a cursed spirit appear at this moment? Daphne turned and looked at the male wizard with medium-length black hair and blue eyes. This left her shocked. In her senses, the man in front of her wasn't human. He was a cursed spirit. Aurelius Dumbledore. Daphne heard Professor McGonagall say. His name made Daphne remember the man who appeared at Asterion's birthday party alongside the Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Chapter 75 Invasion of Hogwarts, 8. It's been a while, Minerva, Aurelius greeted as he observed his fallen, unconscious, or dead companions. He didn't blame his comrades for showing such struggle against the strength of the Hogwarts professors. As one of the 3 most prestigious magical schools in the world, Hogwarts had the privilege of having powerful wizards as teachers. While in other magical schools, the magical requirement to become a teacher was grade 4 or 3, at Hogwarts the minimum was grade 2. A wizard of grade 2 was already very powerful, enough to be a commander in many places, but at Hogwarts, they were teachers. Aurelius, you're a disgrace to your father's legacy, Minerva spoke coldly, showing no signs of respect for the man who was on the same level as her. At the mention of his father, Aurelius's blue eyes turned cold, his lips curved into a sarcastic and cold smile. My father. A man who didn't even know I existed. He tried to be my father after all the bad things that happened to me. It's almost funny, as if gaining a father would solve all my problems. Aurelius turned his attention back to Hogwarts and smiled. But it doesn't matter now, my dream is about to come true, soon we'll be in a world pure and free of cursed spirits. Minerva narrowed her eyes, she was not unaware of Grindelwald's ambitions, a crazy purpose she considered completely impossible. You're even crazier than those fanatics from the Aurora Society. Minerva looked at Aurelius as if she were looking at someone with a mental problem. I don't care what you think of me, Minerva. I know the world isn't a fairy tale where everyone listens to what I say, but in the end, they will see that we are their heroes. Aurelius remained impassive in the face of the famous Transfiguration Grand Master's provocations. Besides, my current purpose is to delay time so my companion Vinda can catch the Sephiroth. Drawing his wand, Aurelius continued speaking, not caring about masking his intentions. Upon hearing this, Minerva looked incredulously at Aurelius. She knew what the Sephiroth was, physical manifestations of the ley lines, small crystallized crystals of pure ley line magic. It was still unknown how many years were needed for a ley line to produce a Sephiroth, but it was estimated in the hundreds of thousands of years. Just imagining a small crystal with energy accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years sent a shiver down her spine, causing chills and a premonition that things in the future would be even worse than they were now. You're insane, just moving such a fragile crystal could cause an unimaginable explosion, capable of sinking the entire island of Great Britain. Minerva spoke with a tense and angry voice. You don't need to worry about that, Minerva. We're very professional at this, after all, it's not our first time. Besides, even if it did happen, they could die proud, after all, their deaths wouldn't be in vain. Aurelius smiled coldly, responding with a careless and sarcastic tone. His tone suggested that he didn't care even if the lives of hundreds of millions of people were lost. This caused a fury to bubble up in the chest of the witch who put justice above all else. You filthy cowards! Clenching her teeth, Minerva spoke while firmly holding her wand. But she herself didn't move. A fight at her level would destroy the entire castle, killing the students still sheltering inside. Seeing Minerva not moving, Aurelius smiled, and also remained still, regardless of how many of his comrades were dying. Over Hogwarts, a rift in space opened, and a massive two-headed serpent emerged from it. From the serpent's mouth, Asterion grimly observed the castle. He had been busy collecting all the Horcruxes he knew of outside of Hogwarts when he almost immediately sensed the death of his war maiden. Without hesitation, he summoned his dimensional two-headed serpent and headed for Hogwarts. His main concern was Daphne's safety, especially after the loss of the war maiden. Asterion felt Daphne's strong aura and breathed a sigh of relief to realize she was okay, though fighting at that moment. He chose not to interfere in the battle, recognizing that it would contribute to Daphne's growth, not only mentally but also in power. The Black Heir's eyes fixed on the gigantic barriers covering a vast area. Within them, he detected two familiar auras, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Asterion, who once placed some trust in future predictions based on what he knew about Harry Potter in his previous world, now tossed Harry Potter's book aside. The only reliable information was Voldemort's Horcrux locations, but that would only be relevant if Voldemort were the ultimate adversary. However, in this world, Voldemort was just one of the 33 special grade wizards. Honestly, Asterion was tempted to kill Grindelwald with Dumbledore's help. After all, the Dark Lord knew some very important secrets about him. Yet, he hesitated. Grindelwald served as a barrier between him and Dumbledore, and if Asterion eliminated Grindelwald, Dumbledore would likely turn his attention to him. Which definitely wasn't good, especially with numerous eyes on him. While giving up on killing Grindelwald, Asterion focused his gaze on Rose, fighting, or rather, that couldn't be called a fight but rather a one-sided massacre. Rose was a monster, you couldn't even touch her, or stop her attacks. Como você luta contra alguém assim? Suddenly, Asterion looked at the very handsome man with red eyes. He and the man shared some physical and facial similarities. Asterion smiled coldly. He didn't know how Voldemort managed to regain his body, but it didn't matter. He still remembered the assassination attempt Voldemort orchestrated against him. The Black Heir was someone who held grudges, and this was a great chance for revenge. Making a seal with his hand, Asterion murmured, "Come forth, my divine general." Mahoraga. Behind Asterion, gigantic chains manifested, chaining up a humanoid monster. Suddenly, one of the chains broke, followed by the others, one by one, until finally, the last chain binding the divine general snapped, releasing the monster from its cage. The divine general plummeted from the sky and landed on the ground with a crash, roaring furiously. An immense pressure covered the battlefield, catching the attention of Rose, Herpo, the Archbishop, and Voldemort. Regardless of who they were, all of them felt a shiver run down their spines as they looked at the white and terrifying humanoid monster with a golden will above its head. Damn, how could anyone think of creating something like this? Herpo muttered, feeling his hairs stand on end, warning him of imminent danger. It wasn't his body that was afraid, but the Horcrux. In 2,000 years, it was the first time his Horcrux had feared something. That meant that the white aberration in front of him could destroy his Horcrux. Rose was no exception, she felt danger for the first time in her life. At the same time, she lifted her head and looked up, a smile appearing on her lips as she saw the huge two-headed serpent floating in the air, with Asterion looking at her from its mouth with an arrogant look, as if saying to her, "See, I'm amazing." Without hesitation, she teleported and appeared next to Asterion, sitting in the mouth of the huge serpent. "You took your time," Rose looked at him and spoke seriously. Asterion gave no reason for the delay. He truly did not expect Hogwarts to be attacked, nor for the Hogwarts barrier to be broken. "What is that thing?" Seeing that Asterion didn't respond, Rose asked, pointing to Mahoraga. A melody of war and death. Asterion's lips curved into a sadistic smile as he looked at the three special grade wizards. It was the first time he was using Mahoraga. His cursed spirit was a blank canvas, ready to be painted at any moment. Three special grade wizards were very suitable for inaugurating his most OP cursed spirit. Mahoraga was also the last of the three cursed spirits created to oppose Rose, along with Ouroboros with destiny manipulation and Almisa Mercury, the two-headed Mercury serpent, capable of devouring dimensions. Together, the three could contain Rose. As for killing Rose, that was another matter, but as Asterion had said, if it came to a life-and-death struggle, he could take Rose with him to death. Let's enjoy and watch their despair, Rose. It will be a preview for our revenge against the murderer of our parents, Asterion spoke, smiling sadistically. Let's have more fun, Asterion said, looking at the 3 special grade wizards. Intentionally, he made sure they heard his words. Chapter 76 Invasion of Hogwarts 9. The Archbishop was the first to strike, light shaping into his hand into a whip of light, tearing through the air and heading towards the humanoid monster with wings protruding from its eye sockets at a speed almost impossible for a human to catch. The whip of light tore Mahoraga in half, causing the Archbishop to display an arrogant smile. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened as he heard a loud sound echoing within his mind. Clang! The golden will floating above the head of the pale abomination spun. Then, something not too surprising for a cursed spirit happened, it regenerated completely in a single instant. The Archbishop attacked once again with the same whip of light, but instead of the previous scene repeating, the whip struck Mahoraga, causing some damage, but much less than the previous time. This made Voldemort and Herpo's eyes worthy. I hope it's not what I'm thinking, otherwise, we're completely dead, Herpo joked with a smile, licking his lips feeling how dry they were. Perhaps he would really lose this Horcrux, which would certainly be a pity, as he had only made 2. The Archbishop didn't care about the heretic's words, he didn't believe his attacks had no effect on this pale abomination. Innate feat manipulation, Father of Light, celestial light manipulation. With his words, behind him manifested balls of golden light. From these balls of light, numerous energy beams were fired rapidly. Hundreds of high-heat energy rays hit Mahoraga, who still hadn't moved, almost as if he wanted to be attacked. All the attacks hit Mahoraga, causing huge holes in his body, but in the next moment, all his wounds regenerated completely. The Divine General showed a grotesque smile to the Archbishop and slowly walked towards him, each of his steps causing a hole in the ground. As he walked, the golden will above his head spun once again. Clang! The sound echoed louder in the Archbishop's mind, causing his face to contort in fury. He felt that this cursed spirit was mocking him. I will kill you as I did with that cursed spirit before. Before the Archbishop could continue, a huge fist appeared in front of him. He didn't even have time to react when the fist hit him. The Archbishop had only a brief moment of clarity before a tremendous force sent him flying away, leaving blood, teeth, and a large part of his face floating in the air. I guess he can't talk anymore, Herpo said, looking at the Archbishop's body. The man was still alive, but he didn't think this deplorable state could exactly be called living. Asterion is crazy for creating this abomination, Herpo muttered to himself, looking at the pale cursed spirit. Is he not afraid of losing control? What if this monster adapts its own innate technique it was created with and breaks free from control? Watching the fight, if it could be called that, Herpo knew the cursed spirit's innate technique in front of him. Adaptation. Herpo spoke. Every time we attack, he adapts to our innate technique. Using spells is out of the question, he'll adapt each spell we cast immediately because of the simplicity of the spells. So that's why my Horcrux is afraid, he can adapt to my innate technique, Supreme Soul Permanence, and cause damage to my Horcrux, Herpo muttered to himself, looking at the two-headed serpent hovering above him. He could see Asterion looking at him with a sadistic and cruel smile. "I take back what I said, you're nothing like Corvinus. You resemble Salazar more, both of you are mad. Salazar for creating that abomination he calls a basilisk, and you for creating this monster," Herpo said to Asterion. He knew the young man heard every word, reading his lips. Watching the fight, Rose furrowed her brow and came to the same conclusion as Herpo in her mind. She looked at Asterion and asked seriously, "Are you really crazy or just stupid? How could you create something that can adapt to everything?" Asterion shrugged indifferently. "Mahoraga will not adapt to my innate technique, it's impossible for him to break free from my control." "If you say so, but don't ask for my help when that thing goes out of control." Observing Asterion's indifference, Rose spoke with an irritating smile on her lips. Asterion just scoffed coldly. He wasn't afraid of Mahoraga going out of control. Once created by him, the cursed spirit would always be his slave. Although Rose's concerns were valid, it didn't mean they would happen, especially when Asterion had complete control over his creations. "By the way, those two are really strong," Rose said, pointing to the barriers where Grindelwald and Dumbledore were fighting. "If it weren't for that barrier, everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers would be turned into nothing but ashes." Dumbledore's innate technique has devastating power, Asterion agreed with Rose's words. Even behind extremely powerful barriers, the blasts of hot air could still be felt by him and anyone close enough. "He's worthy of being called the most powerful wizard in the world," Rose smiled and pointed at herself. "But not for a long time." Yes, Miss Most Powerful in the World," Asterion replied sarcastically. "Mr. Second Most Powerful in the World," Rose retorted with the same sarcasm. Then, she wore a serious look. She looked down and focused her gaze on Voldemort and Herpo. "Why did 4 special grade wizards attack Hogwarts? 3 of them were targeting me." Honestly, she already knew the purpose of these 3. One was a mad scientist who wanted her eyes, the religious fanatic wanted to kill her for something she did, to be more precise, for being born. Voldemort probably just wanted revenge. After a brief silence, Asterion replied. "If you want my guess, I would say Grindelwald wants something that Hogwarts possesses, something valuable enough to risk fighting against the most powerful wizard in the world." As for what that thing was, Asterion had no idea. Although he had studied a lot, his accumulated knowledge was too thin to compare with wizards who had over a century of accumulated knowledge. Especially the low-budget Kenjaku whom Asterion presumed to be thousands of years old, the man was probably a walking library. There was no possibility of him comparing to someone that old with only 3 years of study. Rose stroked her chin and looked at Hogwarts with a pensive look. In her eyes, the castle looked completely different from the first time she saw it. At that moment, Hogwarts no longer had that extraordinary magic. It seemed like an old, sick man, about to die at any moment. Rose supposed they had cut off Hogwarts' power source, effectively breaking the impregnable barrier around the castle. But this would only be possible if there was a spy inside the castle, skilled enough to hide from the castle's magical protections. The first suspect in Rose's mind was obviously Voldemort himself. Even with all of Rose's extraordinary wisdom, she never thought that the barrier protecting Hogwarts for thousands of years would be destroyed by a magicless squib. No matter, in the face of absolute strength, conspiracies are irrelevant. A dragon does not fear ants gathering against it. On the contrary, the dragon would watch with interest as they gather to fight against it. Rose spoke aloud, causing Asterion beside her to roll his eyes at the arrogant words of the 13-year-old girl. If he were the dragon in Rose's analogy, he would kill the ants before they could gather against him. It was a danger, however minimal, that Asterion couldn't ignore. You could call him paranoid, but he called it precaution. I'll love to see you getting beaten by those you call ants. I'll watch with popcorn, Asterion sarcastically retorted to Rose, who just showed a big smile on her face. No matter, it will never happen because I am strong, she said with an extremely confident smile capable of irritating anyone with sight. Chapter 77 Invasion of Hogwarts, 10, Inside the Barrier. Grindelwald looked at the world engulfed in flames with indifference. The world I see has no flames. As he said that, shadows fell over the surroundings, and what was once a sea of white fire turned back into a green field. Still holding a massive flaming sword in his hand, Dumbledore smiled and spoke. How many times can you change reality, Gellert? 5, 10, 20. Then the man thrust the sword into the grass once more, and in the next instant, everything for dozens of kilometers burst into flames. The once green and lively land turned into a hell of white flames. Dumbledore knew his former lover's inborn technique very well. It was extremely powerful and versatile, even more so than his own. But such a powerful inborn technique consumed colossal amounts of magical energy with each use. Not only that, the inborn technique itself placed a tremendous burden on the host's body. Gellert only smiled and drew his wand. We'll see who runs out of magical energy first, Albus. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. He assumed they would both use their inborn techniques, but seeing Gellert drawing his wand, he realized something was amiss. Knowing that Dumbledore possessed the Elder Wand, Grindelwald still drew his wand, which was at least audacious. Dispersing the fiery sword, the Elder Wand appeared in Albus's hands. Looking at the legendary wand that was now his, Grindelwald snorted dissatisfied. If it weren't for that fight on the beach, where you had help from your brother, resulting in the death of your sister, you would never have been able to defeat me and claim the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand belonged to Grindelwald, but due to a minor slip-up, he lost the duel and could no longer wield the Elder Wand. The possession of the legendary wand passed to Albus Dumbledore because he defeated Grindelwald, even if it was only due to a momentary lapse in attention when Dumbledore's sister died. A tragic day, Dumbledore commented with a sad, solitary sigh, looking at the wand in his hands. Fools would dream of possessing that wand, but he would trade without hesitation that piece of wood for his sister's life. But Grindelwald only mocked the sorrow Dumbledore showed. A tragic day. You probably used your own sister's life to steal the Elder Wand from me, Albus. Remember, for the greater good. That's not true, Gellert. I loved my sister, I would never use her like that. Dumbledore wasn't angered by his words, but shook his head and spoke with genuine sadness. Then you shouldn't have brought her to the duel, Grindelwald sarcastically remarked. Circumstances led me to bring her, and you know that better than anyone, Dumbledore retorted. But Grindelwald's response wasn't friendly words, it was a cruelly inspired blast of pure magical energy against him. Dumbledore was quick to send another burst of energy, colliding with Grindelwald's magic. With a loud, long hum, the collision of magical powers sent waves of magical energy flying around. Grindelwald made a crescent movement with the wand, sending deadly bolts at dangerous angles. Beams of energy tore through the ground, leaving only destruction behind. Shockwaves and deafening explosions echoed. Dumbledore simply apparat and appeared behind Grindelwald, pointing his wand and not hesitating to cast a Confringo and many other nearly instantaneous spells. Grindelwald easily dodged the spell, smoothly moving to the side, and continued to evade each spell thrown at him with a surprising ease that could even astonish the most veteran of Aurors, almost as if he could see the future. Dumbledore knew that Gellert was seeing the future with his inborn technique. No matter the spell he cast, the opponent would see it before he even launched it. But Dumbledore knew that the future Grindelwald could see had a limit. When that limit was surpassed, Grindelwald wouldn't react in time to evade. That's what happened in the following moments. Clones of Dumbledore surrounded Grindelwald in the center, and a barrage of spells was launched against the Dark Lord. Grindelwald managed to dodge hundreds of spells at once with almost divine movements, but one in particular, camouflaged by dozens of other spells, managed to surpass his prophetic vision, leaving a lacerating cut on one of his shoulders. Or at least, that's what Grindelwald saw in his future. Without a moment of hesitation, he apparat to a particular clone, and a gigantic dragon made of pure blue flames was unleashed from the tip of his wand, engulfing Dumbledore's real body in an instant. Demonic blue flames spread uncontrollably over the scorched earth, leaving the environment even darker and more burnt. But instead of reducing Dumbledore to ashes, the blue fire dragon was halted by equally strong white flames. A sea of blue and white fire spread around, Dumbledore's long white hair fluttering around the white and blue embers floating in the air. "You dare use fire against me, Gellert?" Dumbledore spoke calmly, waving his wand, and all the fire, including the fiend fire, shaped into a blue and white phoenix that flew against its own summoner. Protego totalum. With a smile, Grindelwald invoked a sturdy shield in front of him, while moving his head aside, dodging the spell cast by Dumbledore who apparat behind him. "That was very astute of you, Albus." Seeing the Protego totalum not holding up against the power of Dumbledore's spell, Grindelwald spoke before apparating hundreds of meters away. Manipulating the blue and white fire phoenix, Dumbledore smiled and spoke gently. "We are at war, and war is not won by benevolence." The blue and white fire phoenix dissolved, and a wave of flames covered the entire territory within the barrier. The flames began to spin, making the fire even more furious and full of destructive power. Grindelwald's elegant hairstyle had long since unraveled, his short hair swayed with the furious flames around him. "Since you said that," Grindelwald laughed and spoke. "I'll be a little cruel, Albus." Grindelwald simply pointed his finger and whispered gently. "Inborn spell manipulation, the inevitable future, reality manipulation." Albus Dumbledore felt only a huge danger approaching. The world seemed to slow down before Dumbledore. He gripped the Elder Wand and spun his wrist. A Protego totalum was erected before him almost instantly. Using his last milliseconds, Dumbledore forced his body to the side. At that moment, time returned to normal. Dumbledore only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and looked ahead. The Protego-Totalum was destroyed. There was no resistance against Grindelwald's inborn spell. Dumbledore didn't change his expression as he looked at the blood running down his arm and the huge hole in his shoulder. He used Transfiguration to create fake skin around the wound, stemming the blood, and focused on the fight. "You dodged. I aimed for the head." Looking at Albus still alive, Grindelwald spoke with a tone of regret. He knew he had only one chance to use this inborn spell, as a second time wouldn't work against the man in front of him. "That was cruel, Gellert. You changed reality in one attack. I almost died just now." Dumbledore spoke with a cheerful laugh. "Yet you dodged. You truly are a monster, Albus," Grindelwald said, still shocked that Albus was alive after such an attack. "I have to retaliate, Gellert. Don't die," Dumbledore said with a serious and deadly look. Inborn spell manipulation, the eternal flaming sun, radiant Sunday. This time, Albus didn't condense a sword, but an arrow floating above his hand. When the arrow manifested, a heat intense enough to reduce anything to ashes spread like an extremely hot wave. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, the ground turned into magma with only Dumbledore standing atop the sea of molten rock. This attack carries the temperature of the sun's radiative zone, all concentrated in a small arrow, an arrow potent enough to destroy anything physical, Dumbledore explained to Grindelwald, who floated in the air. "It was good to see you again, Gellert," Dumbledore spoke as if he were speaking to a dead man. Which, in his eyes, Grindelwald was. Without waiting for his response, Dumbledore launched his attack. There was only a blinding light for a moment, then a deafening explosion echoed, a gigantic white sphere with a red core manifested in the sky. Hundreds of kilometers within the barrier transformed into a world of infernal magma and fire. The entire barrier protecting the surroundings from the attack began to crack but remained standing despite the overwhelming assault from the most powerful man in the world, because Dumbledore managed to control the area of impact. Otherwise, this barrier would have already disappeared. When the blinding light ceased, there was no one left inside the barrier except Dumbledore. Gellert. Seeing everything empty, Albus showed a sad expression, but soon regained his composure. "Arg!" Dumbledore suddenly groaned in pain and held his injured shoulder, yet he walked towards the exit, leaving behind a world of magma. Chapter 78 Invasion of Hogwarts, 11, "Feel free to take the other one, but I want Voldemort," Rose said, her incredibly blue eyes shining with a cold capable of freezing even the Gobi Desert. Her gaze focused on the handsome young man with black hair and red eyes. She could see he shared a resemblance with the boy next to her. They were cousins after all. This made her realize that this world was quite cruel and cold, as family killed family. "Impossible, I want Voldemort too," Asterion refused without hesitation. He still needed to kill Voldemort, not only for revenge but also for personal grievances. Seeing the determination in her cousin's eyes, Rose gritted her teeth and spoke. "Half. Each of us gets half of him." She spoke as if Voldemort were an item, not a person, which made Asterion see the clear difference between her male version in another reality. Rose Potter was clearly a vengeful person, though kind, she didn't hesitate to kill her enemies. She was diligent and constantly improving herself. An obvious difference from her male counterpart. They both locked eyes, firm in each gaze, neither wanting to back down and miss the chance to kill their destined enemy at this moment. "I accept your proposal," Asterion said, breaking the silence. "But before we begin, he may apparate and escape." "No need to worry about that, I control space, he won't escape." Rose showed a cold and quite frightening smile. Asterion nodded and threw himself into free fall. Rose followed her cousin and jumped from the mouth of the two-headed serpent. With his hands in his pants pockets, Asterion narrowed his eyes, and his hair fluttered violently against the strong wind. Rose rolled her eyes at her cousin's actions. She also wanted to strike a pose like that, but she was wearing a skirt, which prevented her from doing a really cool pose at the moment. Both fell from the sky and collided with the ground with a thud. Already on the ground, Asterion repeatedly opened and closed his hand while asking Rose, "Have you learned domain expansion?" "I understand the principle behind creating the domain," Rose replied, clenching her hand and cracking her knuckles. "I just haven't used it on anyone yet." "That's good, they'll probably use domain expansion to break the spatial blockade you placed on us." Asterion smiled and walked over to the two special-grade wizards. Baskerville. Forming a seal with his hands, he summoned his faithful companion to protect him from any attacks. Walking to Mahoraga's side, Asterion jumped and sat on the shoulder of his divine general. He crossed his legs and greeted his enemies with an arrogant look. "I hope you enjoyed fighting against my divine general." Herpo twisted his lips upon hearing the boy's words. "Enjoyed it?" He wanted to flee from him at any moment. "We meet again, Heir Black," Herpo greeted the 13-year-old boy with a gentle smile. But the next words made his smile stiffen. "Please, don't smile at me, you look like a pedophile smiling at a helpless child," Asterion spoke with a look of disgust reflecting on his face. "I don't have that kind of hobby," Herpo replied with a stiff smile, his tone cold, almost threatening. "You change bodies like you change clothes, who knows what your hobbies are?" "I'd rather spare myself from asking," Asterion spoke, looking at Herpo as if he were looking at a piece of trash. "Some unpleasant scenes involving you and corpses appeared in my mind." Herpo only took a deep breath and restrained himself from killing the boy right now. He was in a very dangerous situation at the moment, about to lose this Horcrux at any moment. Asterion turned his gaze to the handsome young man with black hair and red eyes. "Oh, you no longer look like a parasite, half-breed," Asterion spoke sarcastically, his lips curling into a sadistic and cold smile. "I visited your father's grave, a truly unpleasant man even after death. I hope you don't mind me destroying his tomb and the remains of your amiable father." Asterion calling him a half-breed deeply irritated him, but after hearing that his father's remains were destroyed, Voldemort became furious. Don't get it wrong, Voldemort didn't care about his father, he even felt disgust at having a Muggle as a father, but his father's remains were essential for his future complete revival. Now, with Asterion's words, practically all preparations for his revival were thrown in the trash. "I will kill you," Voldemort snarled. "I will kill you slowly and with much pain, you will suffer and beg for forgiveness as you kneel kissing my feet." Upon hearing this, Asterion extended his hand and showed his trembling hand. "See? I'm shaking with fear." His actions could deceive someone if it weren't for the sarcastic and cold tone of his voice. Mahoraga. As soon as Asterion finished speaking, the Divine General who was waiting for orders moved at that moment. He disappeared from where he was and reappeared almost instantly in front of Voldemort. Voldemort didn't flinch in front of the pale abomination and clashed head-on with punches and kicks. Bang! 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 Every punch hit Mahoraga, causing the chest, neck, and head of the Divine General to sink, but it regenerated in the next moment. Voldemort didn't show unhappiness upon seeing this and attacked once more, reinforcing his body to monstrous levels at the same time. He whispered. Innate spell manipulation, corruption of malevolent gods, universal decay. His fist was covered by a dark and eerie aura, and without hesitation, he punched the Divine General. A sonic boom was heard, and Mahoraga was sent flying away. 70% of the Divine General's body had completely disappeared, leaving only shoulders, head, and the appendage that looked like a tail. Song. The golden wheel spun above Mahoraga's head, and in the next moment, it completely regenerated its body while grotesquely smiling at Voldemort. Then I have to destroy his body completely, Voldemort murmured, looking at the monster approaching him. He already had an idea of how to destroy this abomination that could adapt to any attack and action from someone. His domain expansion was perfect for this, but looking at Rose standing not too far away, waiting her turn, and Asterion also waiting, Voldemort concluded that manifesting his domain expansion wouldn't be easy. Voldemort then turned his attention to his only ally still in a condition to help him, the only problem being that the Dark Lord didn't trust anyone, much less a temporary and highly suspicious ally like the wizard from the Middle East. At the same time, Voldemort noticed the weight of using his innate technique using this body was still too heavy, even transmuting Quirinus's body using the Philosopher's Stone. This body in the end still wasn't his, and it was decaying at a rapid pace. Even using the Philosopher's Stone to delay this limit, in half an hour at most, this body would turn into a puddle of decomposed black liquid. So, he was in a very compromising position at that moment, with high risks of perishing in the next battle. But Voldemort didn't have time to think further because the Divine General began his onslaught again with extremely fast punches and kicks, each blow breaking the sound barrier. Watching the melee unfolding between Voldemort and Mahoraga, Asterion looked at Herpo and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to help your companion?" Herpo shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "I can tell when someone doesn't trust me. If I join the fight hastily, he might think I'm fighting against him to hand him over in exchange for staying alive. Don't worry about that, you're going to die regardless of what you do. After all, I'm very kind." Showing a gentle smile, Asterion spoke. "I'll give you as food for Baskerville. He has a strict diet of cursed spirits and corpses of my enemies." Herpo rolled his eyes at the shameless words of the boy. "You call that kindness? If you're kind, then I'm an angel." "I must decline your generous offer," Herpo spoke coldly, his gaze briefly focused on Voldemort, and he smirked maliciously. "After all, I have plans to escape." Looking coldly at Herpo, Asterion wanted to see what his plan was to flee. Dodging the sonic punches, Voldemort spun in the air and kicked Mahoraga's head, splattering purple blood on the ground. Even without a head, the Divine General took advantage and grabbed the enemy's leg. Without hesitation, he threw him away, breaking everything in his path, throwing dust and large chunks of earth into the air. Taking advantage of this moment, still in the air, Voldemort stopped using the Philosopher's Stone to heal his body and focused on channeling the monstrous energy inside the stone to accelerate the creation of barriers. Voldemort intentionally reduced the range of the domain expansion to save time. What should have lasted about 1 second was shortened to 0.4 seconds. In the time it took a human to blink, the barriers manifested covering a radius of 50 meters. Showing a chillingly large grin, Voldemort spoke coldly. Domain expansion. Final decay of the universe. A dark and shadowy space appeared around Voldemort. In the universe full of stars and planets, all the stars seemed to slowly die until finally, only a cold universe remained without any trace of life. The entire body of the Divine General was trapped in a specific corner of the universe, being constantly torn apart while his body regenerated in an endless cycle of destruction and regeneration. Voldemort, seeing this, clenched his teeth and poured even more magical energy, preventing Mahoraga's regeneration from healing as quickly as it was being wounded. At the same time, Herpo didn't even need to make hand seals and spoke. Domain expansion workshop of the creation gods. The barriers manifested around them as Herpo laughed maliciously, his laughter filled with cruelty. You and Rose are arrogant, you underestimate people's will, but the world will teach you how arrogance is the mother of all failures. When he finished speaking, the entire domain expansion fully manifested. You're right, I am arrogant, but there's something you're wrong about. I never underestimate my enemies. Asterion looked at the domain expansion approaching with an indifferent face. After all, he had long expected that they would use domain expansion. One of the reasons he and Rose allowed them to use it was to deplete Herpo and Voldemort's magical energy. Even for any special grade wizard, manifesting their domain expansion cost an immeasurable amount of magical energy. Behind Asterion, Rose was even faster than Herpo. She intertwined her index finger with her middle finger and spoke. Domain expansion. Infinite void. Rose's expansion manifested so quickly that it collided with Herpo's domain expansion, which was still in the middle of its path towards Asterion. Chapter 79. Post-War. 1. The domain collision violently tore through space, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers shattered, torn apart, crushed, and exploded. It resembled the explosion of a nuclear bomb. A magnitude 10.1 earthquake spread from the epicenter. Fortunately, Asterion was within Rose's domain expansion, so he was unaffected, otherwise, he would have turned into a seasoned tomato sauce with his internal organs. Rose, sensing the collision, smiled with a crazed grin and infused even more magical energy into the domain expansion. When it came to magical energy, she was proud to say she wasn't afraid of running out. Let's see who runs out of magical energy first, she exclaimed with an excited look. Herpo began to sweat coldly at the sight. He hadn't expected his own words to turn against him. Asterion and Rose weren't underestimating him and Voldemort, it was he who was underestimating these 13-year-old kids. They forced him to use his domain expansion only to defeat him more easily when he ran out of magical energy. Very well. Herpo gritted his teeth and spoke. I thought my arrogance had disappeared over 2,000 years, but today I see that was not the case. Feeling he could no longer bear the drain of the domain expansion, Herpo knew he had lost this battle but not the war. Snapping his fingers, an explosion reverberated in the air. A specific part of Hogwarts had been blown up. This made the victorious smile on Rose and Asterion's faces change dramatically. Rose gradually retracted her domain expansion, and Herpo did the same. Looking at Hogwarts, which had nearly a third destroyed in the explosion, Asterion glared coldly at Herpo. He gritted his teeth and spoke. "You planted bombs in Hogwarts. Coward." Rose glared at Herpo with fury, but she didn't move. Who knew how many bombs he had planted in Hogwarts? If they exploded, all the students inside would likely die. "Do you remember when I appeared in front of you in the cafeteria?" Herpo didn't care about being called a coward. "Before that, I took a stroll through certain places in Hogwarts, leaving some gifts in those specific places. Could you kindly remove the barrier around that space?" Herpo spoke with a gentle smile. Seeing the grim faces of Asterion and Rose made him feel that all the anger and punches he had endured today were worth it, especially after gathering countless pieces of information about Rose. Rose clenched her teeth and closed her hand tightly. Herpo's face remained indifferent as he felt the space around him compressed. If she continued to compress the space, this body would die. Considering the consequences of continuing, Rose opened her hand. Her blue eyes practically gleamed with the anger she was feeling at that moment. Feeling the space return to normal, Herpo's lips curved into a gentle smile, and without any hesitation, he apparat away. Today was a truly relevant day for his future plan. He not only gathered enough information about Rose but also about Asterion, especially the pale monster that could adapt to any attack and action. Voldemort, who was still trying to kill Mahoraga, felt the confinement in space disappear. He apparat away without hesitation, leaving a still-living Mahoraga, although already adapted to his domain expansion. Another loud pop, similar to a car's exhaust, sounded not too far away, making Asterion's face even darker. Herpo and Voldemort had fled. Rose was also not happy at this moment. Today, she learned that you shouldn't let your guard down until the opponent is dead, especially with opponents as cunning as these. Rose and Asterion exchanged glances and vowed to themselves that when they next encountered Herpo and Voldemort, they would kill them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the faces of Asterion and Rose became solemn as they looked towards the barriers where Dumbledore and Grindelwald were fighting. Even at this distance, the heat wave spread, causing the grass still alive after so many battles to burst into flames instantly. "This war is over." Sensing Grindelwald's magical aura disappear, Asterion murmured, though obviously he didn't think Grindelwald had died. Killing a powerful seer was incredibly difficult. As expected, a serious-looking Dumbledore emerged from the barrier and walked towards them with firm steps. The man seemed in perfect condition, but both Rose and Asterion noticed that his face had a sickly pale tone. Obviously, he had been injured during the fight against Grindelwald, but to avoid causing panic or fear in England, the man had to remain strong and intact. Looking at the devastated terrain around Hogwarts, as if a war had occurred, Dumbledore's eyes grew cold, especially seeing the ruins of Hogwarts atop the hill. This was his home, which he would give his life to keep safe. Seeing it in this state deeply hurt his heart. His pale blue eyes then focused on Rose and Asterion. His gaze softened, and he spoke. Well done, Rose and Asterion. If it weren't for you, Hogwarts would have been destroyed, and the students would have died. No need to thank us, they mainly attacked me, I just retaliated. Rose shook her head, her tone slightly guilty. In her eyes, all this destruction and death were caused because of her. If she hadn't been at Hogwarts, none of this would have happened in the first place. Don't blame yourself, child. People kill each other for the stupidest reasons, Dumbledore said, his tone gentle and weary. Asterion didn't want to talk to Dumbledore at the moment, he simply apparat to Hogwarts. He wanted to see how Daphne was after participating in a battle of this scale. At least we killed one of the special grade wizards who invaded, Dumbledore remarked indifferently, watching the lifeless body of the Archbishop of the Aurora Society. It was Asterion's cursed spirit, Rose replied with a wavering gaze. Seeing Asterion disappear, Rose showed a complicated look and turned her attention back to Dumbledore. Her eyes grew firm and determined, as if she had decided something important. I accept your proposal, she said, looking at Dumbledore, her voice as serious as it could be. Dumbledore's lips curved into a gentle and genuinely happy smile. He had found a successor. Looking at Vinda Rosier holding a black box in her hands, a smile appeared on Aurelius's lips. Raising his arm, Aurelius clenched his fist, signaling to all his comrades. The pure world is coming, Minerva. Then, Aurelius apparat away, followed by all of Grindelwald's acolytes. Before Minerva could respond, in the next moment, she saw a boy with black hair and red eyes appearing in the middle of the battlefield. With a simple movement from him, all the fanatics of the Aurora Society had their bodies torn apart by a huge crimson serpent that emerged from a dark portal beside him. Red blood from dozens of people splattered across the ground and walls of the courtyard, blood and organs painting the scene like a painting worthy of being depicted in hell. The teachers were indifferent to this scene, but the students, both older and younger, all showed disgusted expressions, some vomited up everything they had eaten today. Covered in blood, Asterion walked up to the blonde teenager and held her face, looking directly into her eyes. You did very well, Daphne, Asterion said with a satisfied smile on his lips. Daphne nodded and remained silent, she had killed at least 5 people today. Although trained to kill without hesitation, she was still processing that she had taken 5 human lives. Asterion naturally knew what Daphne was feeling at the moment. He wasn't a psychopath who felt nothing when killing, he felt the weight of every person whose life he took. But he killed those dozens of people in an instant not because he enjoyed killing, but out of necessity. He would live with all those deaths until the end of his days, and if necessary, he would answer for each death. After a while, Daphne recovered from the emotion of killing and looked at Asterion with concern. You're covered in blood, Daphne didn't mind the pungent smell of blood on his body. She used her thumb to try to wipe the blood off his cheek, although it only made things worse, spreading the blood even more. Asterion laughed at her attempt and held her hand, kissing her fingers tenderly despite the blood staining them. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded beside them. You only care about your little girlfriend, Asti. Asterion looked at Tracy as she approached him. The girl had a pale face, though she still teased him, showing that she had a good mindset despite the bloody scene earlier. Yeah, we're your friends too, Theodoro approached with Zabini beside him. Even Draco and Doria approached Asterion. Any resentment they had towards him seemed to have vanished at that moment. Both twins looked tired and quiet but much more mature after experiencing something like this. 7 special grade wizards fought at Hogwarts today. 1 died, and the other 3 fled, Asterion said, looking at them as he spoke about the details of the war. Asterion didn't hold back, and his voice was heard by everyone in the courtyard. The teachers fell silent. They knew special grade wizards were fighting outside, but they didn't expect there to be 7. And a special grade wizard had died. Chapter 80 Heir of Salazar Slytherin 1. In the Forbidden Forest, Asterion observed the cave entrance with a calm gaze. It had been a week since the attack on Hogwarts. The incident became famous worldwide, known as the Seven Powers War. After all, it wasn't every day that 7 special grade wizards faced off in battle. The tremors of the fight were felt in almost 40 countries, with gigantic lights observed in the sky within a 40-kilometer radius. Some even assumed a nuclear war was happening. Which wasn't entirely far-fetched. Each strike from a special grade wizard was almost equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Another thing was the death of a special grade wizard that shook the minds of many, especially in Italy, which had its only special grade wizard killed. The identity of the Archbishop was soon discovered. Asterion watched with satisfaction as the Italians came to retrieve the dead body of their protector. They all displayed grim and ugly expressions, almost knowing they would have to pay an exorbitant price for damages caused in Hogwarts and foreign territory. Asterion left these matters to the vultures of the Wizengamot, to gain more benefits and power. Those people were like hyenas seeking carrion to satisfy their hunger, never missing an opportunity to take another bite at the dying corpse. But not everything was rosy. Hogwarts had 21 casualties in this short and deadly battle, all of whom were students, almost all from the 6th and 7th years. Asterion saw Dumbledore speaking with the parents of each student, delivering the cruel news that their sons and daughters would never return to them. Some of these parents cried, others cursed, one mother even struck Dumbledore, but the old man remained unmoved as the mother's weak fists collided with his chest. The atmosphere at Hogwarts that week was tense. All the students seemed on edge, as if expecting an attack at any moment. Fortunately, the expected attacks never came, gradually easing the tense atmosphere, and everyone returned to classes as best they could. With the help of magic, Hogwarts was quickly rebuilt, after long hours of spell work and repairing walls with reparo. The world's most famous magical castle rose from ruins even stronger. Dumbledore was the main architect of the castle. He took advantage of the castle still being in the reconstruction phase and refurbished it, giving it a more modern and beautiful look, especially by reformulating and updating Hogwarts defenses and adding others. The Hogwarts core was also successfully built thanks to the notes left by Rowena Ravenclaw. Her diaries about the core's construction were essential for the reconstruction of the new core, although the main crystal of the core had changed. This week, Asterion sent all his cursed spirits specialized in surveillance, espionage, and probing towards the Forbidden Forest. He scoured every hole in that eerie forest. And finally, after 3 long days, Asterion successfully located where the Chamber of Secrets had been moved by Voldemort. He didn't rush in carelessly. It was almost certain that Voldemort had left traps to prevent him from successfully reaching the heirloom's location, though these measures were somewhat futile against a special-grade wizard. There were few things capable of claiming the life of a special-grade wizard, especially poisons. It would take a large enough dose to kill an elephant to even begin affecting the body of a special-grade wizard. But no one would stand still as a large dose of poison entered them, so there were few special-grade wizards who had died from poison throughout history. Still, Asterion didn't enter the cave imprudently. He wouldn't risk his life for something as trivial as assumptions and data over 1,000 years. So, like any person with a bit of intelligence, instead of entering the cave and taking unnecessary risks, Asterion sent dozens of cursed spirits of grade 4 and 3 to trigger all the traps so that he could enter the cave safely. Voldemort would be disappointed if he saw how Asterion handled things. Asterion didn't act as he expected, behaving like a reckless and arrogant teenager because of his power. Entering the cave, Asterion observed that what he thought was a cave were enormous pipes capable of easily accommodating 5 people side by side. For 1,000 years ago, Hogwarts indeed had pipes worthy of making Rome jealous. As he traveled through the maze of pipes with a Lumos spell on the tip of his wand, Asterion noticed a long shadow standing in one of the corridors. Approaching without fear, he raised his wand and the Lumos intensified. Then, Asterion saw the origin of the shadow. It was a colossal shed skin of a snake-like animal, but proportionally large, nearly 40 meters long. It stood a little over 3 meters tall, enough to eat anything, including humans. It was the shed skin of the basilisk. The movie really didn't convey the feeling of oppression. There was no feeling of oppression and terror seeing such a large monster, but it was entirely different to see it in person. Of course, that was for ordinary people. Asterion, who possessed even more gigantic cursed spirits, remained unchanged in expression seeing the shed skin of the basilisk. But he had to admit, Harry was brave to face such a monster at 13 years old, relying solely on physical strength without using a single spell. Not that it would have worked anyway. Herpo the Foul created the basilisk to be almost immune to magical damage. There were few spells capable of killing an adult basilisk. But locating the shed skin of the serpent, the Black Heir knew he was close to the Chamber of Secrets. Walking for a few more minutes, Asterion passed through a circular door and entered what seemed like a chamber. The floor was covered in smooth ceramic. Majestic pillars supported the entire chamber, matte green details adorned the walls, and a long ceramic path crossed a lake suspiciously colored in mossy green. At the end of the path, a huge face that Asterion presumed to be Salazar Slytherin's, stared at visitors with a cold and arrogant look. Suddenly, Asterion noticed a rancid and putrid smell in the air. A hissing sound reverberated, dangerously echoing in the shadows. The sound of something heavy dragging reached Asterion's ears. He didn't need to be a genius to know that the basilisk was approaching. If possible, Asterion didn't want to kill the basilisk. After all, the serpent could petrify anything, including special-grade wizards. It was a great weapon to catch his future enemies off guard. But to conquer the serpent, one had to be a Parseltongue, that is, to speak the language of snakes. This Asterion didn't know if he had, as he tried and never succeeded in speaking it. This indicated that he didn't possess the talent for speaking with snakes, like his ancestor, Salazar Slytherin. Asterion hoped that a moment of stress would awaken this hidden talent. Otherwise, unfortunately, the basilisk would have to go to the snake heavens. Then, Asterion heard the sound of heavy stones moving. He saw the mouth of Salazar's face opening, and from it emerged a long greenish serpent with backward-pointing horns. The yellow eyes seemed half-closed, almost as if the serpent had just woken up. Anyone would be upset at being awakened, let alone a huge serpent just roused from a sleep of over 50 years and hungry. This was bad news for Asterion, who wanted a new exotic pet, like those rich people in Los Angeles. But he wouldn't give up. Having a basilisk as a pet was something he wanted, and he would have it, even if he had to teach this ancient serpent a harsh life lesson. Strength was always the most civilized dialogue in the world. Chapter 81 Heir of Salazar Slytherin 2. Focusing his gaze on the basilisk's mouth, Asterion avoided the petrifying stare and easily dodged the venomous bite, which grazed past his body. Asterion attempted to speak amicably with the serpent, but the response was a massive mouth capable of swallowing a whole cow. Obviously, the basilisk had no interest in conversation and was likely very hungry at the moment. The Black Heir wasn't surprised. 50 years of hibernation surely induced a profound sense of hunger. But that also meant the basilisk wasn't at 100%, it was malnourished and hungry, following only primitive instincts to feed. The good news was that it was easier to conquer a hungry and injured animal than one in good condition. The bad news was that a hungry animal would likely risk its life for food. Asterion reinforced his body with strengthening magic and walked along the serpent's long, sinuous body while pointing his wand towards its eyes. With a swift flick of his wrist, a Lumos Maxima was chanted, illuminating the entire chamber of secrets in an instant, almost like the birth of a second sun. The blinding light pierced the basilisk's eyes, bringing a warm, burning sensation and intense pain. The basilisk's enormous body writhed in agony, crashing uncontrollably against the walls of the Chamber of Secrets. Balancing between the basilisk's horns, Asterion pointed his wand downwards and used a diffindo, but the magical cut left no mark on the basilisk's verdant scales, demonstrating the incredible magical immunity of the laboratory-bred serpent. But Asterion didn't stop using diffindo. Instead, unlike the previous attempt, this time he poured even more magical energy into the cutting spell. He believed there was a limit to the basilisk's magical immunity, and once that limit was surpassed, it would be easy to penetrate the serpent's scales. Another thought occurred to him, to use the moment when the basilisk was attempting to bite and cast a stunning spell inside the animal's mouth, rendering it unconscious until the moment he received Salazar's inheritance and awakened his second inborn technique. The only problem with this plan was that the venom in the basilisk's fangs had the ability to break magic, as seen in the movies. This meant that casting a spell in its mouth was almost certain to be nullified. Whoever created the basilisk certainly knew of such an obvious weakness and added the venomous fangs to compensate for such an exposed and easily detectable vulnerability. So it remained for Asterion to create a cut strong enough to penetrate the scales and reach the serpent's flesh, thus casting a stunning spell on the basilisk. As he cast his fourth diffindo, Asterion noticed the serpent was recovering and didn't hesitate to cast another Lumos Maxima, causing the poor ancient serpent to thrash furiously in pain once again. Holding onto one of the horns for balance, Asterion ignored the world spinning around him and continued to increase the potency of his spells. until he used 10% of his magic in a single attack. The Defendo spell, carrying 10% of Asterion's magic, tore through the air with almost surgical precision, collided with the magic immune scales, and cut through the impenetrable scales first, making a 3-meter-long gash, blood spraying onto Asterion's face and clothes. The serpent, feeling a pain it had never experienced before, let out a hissing roar and violently thrashed against the walls of the Chamber of Secrets, trying to strike the ant on its back. "Take a nap, little snake." Asterion gripped the horns to avoid falling and cast a stunning spell with 10% of his magic. At that moment, the enormous basilisk stopped moving and crashed heavily to the ground with a thud. This kind of magical immunity is just too broken. Descending down the basilisk's face, Asterion couldn't help but complain about the serpent's magical immunity. It might seem easy what he did, but it was 10% of his magical reserves. That meant he could only use 8 of these spells. 8. Asterion could cast tens of thousands of spells with his magic reserves. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the smell of blood on him, Asterion didn't bother to adjust his appearance and made his way, covered in blood, down the ceramic path that traversed the suspicious green side. In the Chamber of Secrets, only the sounds of his footsteps echoed in the open space. Arriving in front of Salazar's face, Asterion passed through the entrance, which oddly enough was within the statue's mouth. Inside the statue, he found himself facing a small, narrow corridor that could accommodate only one person. Walking forward without hesitation, the surroundings became extremely silent with each step he took. At the end of the narrow corridor, there was a light, and as Asterion crossed that light, he found himself in front of a medieval living room with a fireplace burning with silent blue flames. Above the fireplace, a portrait of an old bald man with green eyes, dressed in an antiquated wizard's robe and holding a book in his arms. The man moved within the portrait, revealing that it was the animated portrait containing the memories of its creator. Salazar looked at the blood-covered boy and spoke calmly. "After 50 years, another potential heir to my legacy." He opened the book in his arms and conjured a quill, continuing to speak. "State your name and lineage." "Asterion Black Slytherin," Asterion spoke, his voice cold and calm. Salazar, who was about to write the name in the book, couldn't help but pause and look up, his green eyes coldly observing Asterion, particularly focusing on his red eyes. "Black Slytherin, you said?" the portrait asked, as if he had misheard. "Yes, that's correct," Asterion reaffirmed his ancestral lineage. "I met young Corvinus in the winter of 1004. A young wizard, yet undeniably brilliant with an insane dream," Salazar spoke, his green eyes coldly shining with morbid curiosity. "Although I found his dream foolish, even childish, I admired his unwavering spirit. The will to persevere in the face of all difficulties, that's the essence of humanity that Corvinus embodied. That's what makes us superior to all intelligent races," he spoke, his voice filled with pride and disdain for other races. "Tell me, child. Do you dare to do the impossible? Even knowing that it will never be possible to complete your noble house's ancestral plan? Do you dare to walk an endless path?" Salazar's portrait spoke, his voice tinged with a touch of emotion and a look bordering on madness. "I am already treading that path of no return," Asterion looked into Salazar's green eyes and spoke coldly. "Whoever stands in my way, including you, will die." Salazar was very pleased with his young descendant's response. To accomplish great things, you have to be cruel not only to yourself but to others as well. History taught that human-shaped monsters who were deified as kings and gods, regardless of how many deaths they caused in the process of their ascensions to the top. But I must say, I did not expect my offspring to one day marry a black, Salazar remarked, looking Asterion up and down. He noticed something curious about him. "Your red eyes are a mutation and make you hypersensitive to negative magical particles. Can you sense people's negative emotions?" he asked. Even though dead for over 1,000 years, his insatiable thirst for knowledge had not changed at all. "Yes, but I don't use it much. Only when I'm creating a cursed spirit," Asterion replied nonchalantly. Salazar's curiosity was a good thing. It meant he had a great chance of awakening his second inborn technique. "Creation and manipulation of cursed spirits," Salazar murmured. "Indeed, an extremely powerful inborn technique. Imagine creating your darkest nightmares hidden in your subconscious." Regaining his composure, Salazar looked at Asterion and showed a cold smile. "I presume you are here to awaken your second inborn technique." Asterion nodded, confirming his ancestor's words. At the same time, he knew what kind of person his ancestor was, someone cruel to others and even more cruel to himself. "The process will be painful, so painful that all 5 attempts before you failed. They all had their spirits, minds, and bodies destroyed," Salazar Slytherin continued, speaking with a cold and indifferent tone. "I theorized the awakening of the second inborn technique when I was about to die. I used my third son, who was born without magic, as my first test subject. But in the end, he failed miserably. His body exploded in front of me, spraying blood in my laboratory." Every word of Salazar lacked a hint of emotion. Even speaking of the son who died because of him, there was no trace of regret or pain, almost as if it wasn't his own son who was killed, but just any peasant. "The filthy half-breed before you refused the inheritance when he heard the risks, but it was to be expected. That boy was more afraid of death than anything else." Asterion knew Salazar was talking about Voldemort. He hadn't expected that this was why Voldemort hadn't received the inheritance. Indeed, such a risky thing wasn't something Voldemort could accept, especially since he had feared death when he was still at Hogwarts. "Will you accept it?" "Noble son of the House of Black," Salazar looked coldly at Asterion and asked calmly. "I." Chapter 82 Heir of Salazar Slytherin, 3, "I accept," Asterion replied, his red eyes fixed on Salazar moving in the portrait. His voice was firm and indifferent. Regarding the low survival rate of awakening his second innate technique, Asterion was neither afraid nor worried. Baskerville's purpose was to give his life for him if anything happened. He could transfer all the damage to Baskerville in a critical moment. Thus, there was no way he would refuse power, especially after seeing Rose's growth rate. All his hard work seemed unworthy compared to her talent. He needed power, even more power, to achieve his goal. A pure world without monsters, a world where his children with Daphne could be normal kids without the risk of being killed on some stupid mission issued by power-blinded old men. "Very well, if that is your will, I shall respect it." Salazar showed a cold smile and responded in a calm tone. He waved his right hand, and with his gesture, the entire living room began to change, as if someone were swapping one Lego piece for another, transforming the entire place. It took only a few moments to change the entire surroundings. What lay before Asterion was no longer a cozy living room but a cold medieval laboratory filled with tubes, cylinders, and a central examination table. Asterion couldn't comprehend how an animated portrait could still possess so much power, even if it was merely a set of memories. I could anesthetize you and your 5 predecessors, but believe me when I say it wouldn't help, not when your body, mind, and soul will be operated on simultaneously, Salazar spoke. 3 gigantic silver metal claws descended from the ceiling and stopped above the examination table, each claw holding a wand, 3 in total. Take off your clothes and lie on the bed, noble son Black. We will begin. Moving all 3 massive claws, each holding a wand, Salazar spoke, his tone devoid of any emotion, resembling a cold and unfeeling machine. Asterion unbuttoned his jacket, then, after removing it, he folded it and placed it on a metal bench. The Black Heir did the same with all his clothes. Now unclothed, he lay on the cold examination table and looked up, where the enormous metal claws moved with almost shocking precision. In Asterion's mind, Salazar's portrait seemed more like an AI than a set of memories placed in a portrait. He supposed there was an energy and control core in the animated portrait, which it could use to control and change things. But he had no time to think further, as a metal syringe was inserted into his neck, injecting a liquid into his veins, causing extreme discomfort. Asterion didn't need to ask what was injected into him, as Salazar had already provided the answer in the following moment. Phoenix tears with other regenerative medicines. His cold voice reverberated through the laboratory. At the same time, sturdy straps restrained Asterion, completely immobilizing him, including a gag in his mouth. This measure was to prevent him from thrashing too much during the surgery. A petrifying spell couldn't be used, as it would alter the body's rigidity, making the operation more difficult. Beginning operation, the cold voice echoed again, and then all 3 gigantic claws approached Asterion. Salazar spoke to himself while the first of the 3 claws opened Asterion's skin, revealing the veins beneath the skin and muscles. Each cut was so surgically precise that the veins remained intact, with blood still circulating within them. While the first claw opened the skin to expose the veins, the second claw opened Asterion's skull, revealing the brain. The third claw was the most mysterious, as it was operating on his very soul. A spiritual body identical in appearance to Asterion's floated beside the physical body. Like the physical body, the spiritual body had its skin opened and its veins exposed. From a very young age, I always asked myself several questions that my incompetent tutors never knew how to answer. What are innate techniques and why do they manifest? What is magic and how can our bodies contain this energy capable of altering reality itself? And finally, what are cursed spirits and why are they born solely from human emotions? I spent 254 years studying these 3 questions. My companions helped me on this long journey for the truth. Rowena, in particular, fascinated me with her thirst for truth. She was the only woman who dared to stand out in a male-dominated world. Having a different reproductive organ never affected her reasoning and judgment, she was terribly cold and calculating. We spent hours together in a laboratory, experimenting with our discoveries on monsters and humans. After hundreds of years of studies and experiments, Rowena theorized that there are different overlapping planes, like layers above our world, each representing a different world full of infinite mystery and possibility. A fascinating theory that could explain the origin of magic. Naively, many wizards think that magic is in the air, a misconception started by a Greek wizard who concluded that the air we breathe was full of magic. But with Rowena's theory, the question arises of how our bodies can contain this energy and use it effectively, and how this spiritual plane, as she called it, is connected to our bodies. The more questions were answered, the more arose, almost as if there was no end to the quest for truth. However, this did not discourage Rowena and me, on the contrary, it fascinated and motivated us to press on. Asterion listened to everything while his body, mind, and soul seemed to scream in agony, a pain so intense that it made the sensation of being crushed by a truck seem almost insignificant. Yet, he listened to all of Salazar's words with pleasure, for they opened a window of thought he had never considered before. After 200 years, we concluded that innate techniques are essentially what we desire deep in our hearts, a physical manifestation of magic imprinted on our body, mind, and soul. A miracle that few possess in this world. About 10% of wizards have an innate technique, while 90% do not. However, even after more than 200 years of studies and experiments, I could not solve the enigma of how the innate technique is passed from generation to generation. How one person's desires can transfer to their offspring remains a mystery. But we discovered that the innate technique acts almost like a mystical link, uniquely connecting our physical bodies to the spiritual dimension in a much deeper way, which in turn feeds our magical energy reserves. This explains why wizards without an innate technique do not possess as much talent as those who do. Those who possess it are more deeply connected to the spiritual dimension. At the end of my life, I theorized that it was possible to awaken the dormant innate technique within a wizard, even to awaken other innate techniques within a single body. This was only possible because I met a wizard named Herpo, the creator of the Horcrux. He was still alive after so long. His innate technique consists of seeing and manipulating souls. He created the spell to extract the soul from a physical body, the same one I am using now. Despite the pain he was feeling, Asterion almost immediately thought of the person who was using Mustafa's body, especially after hearing his words while they fought. Herpo had an interesting theory. Unlike Rowena and me, he believed that magic had a single origin, a primordial root that connected everything. He wanted to reach the root and become one with magic. An interesting theory, but full of flaws due to his arrogance. Salazar continued to speak without pause while manipulating the three metal claws with a mastery worthy of one of the most famous wizards of all time. Unfortunately, my research was disrupted. Helga and Godric discovered my experiments with human subjects. Both were furious upon discovering such experiments. After a long discussion, I left Hogwarts and all my legacy in the Chamber of Secrets. Naturally, the blame for all the experiments fell on me, something I did on purpose. Rowena should not bear the infamy I had. Not when she represented all the witch women who would be born in the future, where all looked up to her, creating an ideal model for witch women. Looking at the nearly fully opened and blood-covered body on the operating table, Salazar couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Despite a pain 1,000 times more intense than any other, young Asterion only trembled and emitted occasional groans of pain. Compared to his son and the other 5 test subjects, Asterion was faring better. The surgery was going so well that Salazar was surprised. For the first time, he saw a possibility of success. Salazar wondered why his own children lacked such determination and courage. They were unworthy of carrying his name and legacy. Fortunately, after 1,000 years of waiting, he would likely have a worthy heir. "Let's move to the final stage," Salazar murmured. Chapter 83 Salazar's Heir Slytherin 4. Moving the operating table with the still conscious Asterion, Salazar floated the table toward a small pool. However, unlike the clear water one might expect, the water was dark and thick, resembling tar. The temperature of the black water was not cold, on the contrary, it was boiling. On the operating table, with blurred and exhausted eyes, Asterion only heard a distant voice, as if echoes overlapped, creating an almost ethereal and vague sound. "This is the final stage, young Asterion. My innate technique, hidden within your body, has been brought to the same level as yours. The only thing missing is a large amount of magical energy to awaken my innate technique in your body," Salazar said. "If you survive, you will be reborn like a phoenix." Asterion didn't quite understand what Salazar said, as he was too exhausted and had lost a lot of blood, so much that the regenerative liquid Salazar injected wasn't enough to replenish the lost blood. But he knew that what was to come was the final stage. Mentally, the Black Heir called his faithful companion, Baskerville. Under Salazar's cold and calm eyes, Asterion's shadow rippled, and from it emerged a massive dog with hundreds of pairs of red eyes. Baskerville looked at his master and lay down on the ground, patiently waiting for the right moment to receive all the damage his master, creator, and father would suffer. Salazar looked curiously at the cursed spirit but remained completely silent. In his eyes, this was Asterion's method to save himself, even if the operation failed, though he didn't know how. With a cold look, Salazar lowered the operating table and submerged it in the bubbling tar-like pool. Unable to breathe, see, hear, or touch, Asterion felt only as if he were submerged in flames. A large amount of magical energy began to surge uncontrollably through his body, causing an almost indescribable pain. He thrashed even more violently than when his soul was torn open by Salazar. At the same time, the second innate technique within his body, mind, and soul began to emit a green emerald glow. But when the second innate technique was about to awaken successfully, Asterion's own innate technique finally noticed the intruder and, like any animal defending its territory, began to attack the intruder. The other innate technique naturally fought back with all its might. Fortunately, with the energy supplied by the tar pool, it managed to withstand the attack. Thus, a fierce battle ensued within Asterion's body, mind, and soul. A massive, grotesque black monster faced a gigantic green emerald serpent, and the battlefield was Asterion's very own body. Seeing Asterion's body thrashing violently, Salazar frowned. He observed that Asterion was on the verge of awakening his second innate technique when suddenly, he began convulsing violently. Even Salazar did not know what was happening, and then an almost absurd idea formed in his mind. Could it be that Asterion's existing innate technique is resisting the new innate technique? How is it possible for something like this to have instincts? But if we consider that the innate technique is a system with its own immune defense against external threats? Salazar murmured, his eyes filled with fascination and satisfaction at discovering something unknown to anyone else. As for helping Asterion, Salazar had a hypothesis: simply cutting off the energy would be enough to assist him. After all, everything needs energy to move. This is an immutable law of the universe. But doing so would mean admitting the experiment was a failure once again. However, if you were to ask if Salazar would help, the answer would be no. He wanted to see if Asterion would die or be reborn from the ashes. Although losing such a promising heir would be unfortunate, the results generated by the experiment were a significant advancement in his theories. Asterion did not know what Salazar was thinking, nor did he care, for at that moment, he was in a critical state of near death. The two innate techniques seemed incompatible with each other, neither willing to yield and continuing to fight for dominance. Asterion knew that if this continued, his end would be near, and he would once again know the darkness of death. Clenching his teeth, he looked at the two battling beasts and mentally shouted, "You are in my damn body, I control you, not the other way around." When Asterion shouted, the two beasts momentarily paused but then continued fighting. However, this made the Black Heir realize that not all was lost. He extended his hands forward and closed his eyes, attempting to utilize both innate techniques simultaneously. The innate technique, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits, was something Asterion was very familiar with. He almost immediately assumed control. On the other hand, the innate technique, the imperfect destruction of truth, was something different, capable of analyzing and destroying anything analyzed. It was entirely different from what he was accustomed to. There was an infinite amount of information, impacting his already exhausted mind, yet the battle had completely ceased. Asterion sighed in relief and continued his control, utilizing both techniques simultaneously. One created and manipulated, while the other analyzed and destroyed. They seemed to form a cycle of destruction and creation, complementing each other. The Black Heir used this synergy and began to adapt. Both innate techniques ceased fighting and started to mobilize together, as if following the same path. If Asterion didn't know that he was awakening his second innate technique, he might have thought he was undergoing a fusion process. Seeing Asterion's body stop convulsing, Salazar couldn't contain himself and laughed. He laughed uncontrollably. "Ahahahahahahaha. Do you see this, Rowena?" Salazar shouted. "This is the result of our research. The first wizard of all time with two innate techniques." Ahahahahahahaha. Suddenly, Baskerville, who had been lying with closed eyes, slowly opened his hundreds of eyes and looked at the tar pool. A calm and serene look reflected in his 100 eyes. He closed his eyes, and his body expanded uncontrollably until Baskerville exploded directly. With a gruesome and tragic sound, blood splattered everywhere, from the walls to the ceiling. At that moment, an arm emerged from the tar pool, and soon, a body covered in a thick, black liquid rose perfectly well. The familiar red eyes were brighter than ever. Simultaneously, a massive amount of magical energy filled the laboratory, surpassing even Rose's magical energy and approaching dangerously close to Dumbledore's. Emerging from the tar pool, Asterion left wet footprints on the blood-soaked floor. In the end, Asterion transferred all the damage to Baskerville's body. The regenerative liquid from Salazar could not repair the damage caused by the surgery, so, reluctantly, he opted to sacrifice his faithful companion who had protected him many times in the past. Looking at the purple blood covering the walls, floor, and ceiling, Asterion, drenched in tar, surveyed everything in silence. Despite being a cursed spirit, he had a genuinely deep appreciation for them, with Baskerville holding a particularly significant place in his regard. Are you sad about the death of a cursed spirit? I must say, it's the first time I've seen a wizard feel sorrow for a monster. The animated portrait of Salazar was splattered with blood, but the painting itself was clean, his green eyes fixed on Asterion with a hint of disapproval. What I do with my life is none of your business, and be careful, or I'll make you disappear completely from this world. Asterion's words were cold and slightly threatening as he looked directly into Salazar's eyes. Salazar didn't hesitate to mock him, ignoring the veiled threat. I'm already dead. Do you think your little threat scares me? No, I'm sure you're not afraid of death, but you and I are alike in one sense. Asterion's lips curled into a cold smile. I hate it when someone destroys the place I consider a sacred sanctuary. Hearing this, Salazar's eyes almost immediately gleamed, a red pentagram reflected in his green eyes. Watch your words, boy. His voice was low and threatening, almost hissing like a snake. Deepening his smile, Asterion responded to the threat in kind. I say the same to you, decrepit old man. In Asterion's red eyes, a five-sided pentagram reflected. Unlike the red pentagram of Salazar, Asterion's pentagram was black. Asterion understood why House Slytherin was considered magical royalty, even more than House Black. This innate technique was as broken as Rose Potter herself. While Asterion could create anything, this innate technique could analyze and destroy his creations in the same second. How do you block something that can see through all defenses and directly into your essence? The threatening look on Salazar's face dissipated upon seeing the pentagram. He showed a satisfied expression and stroked his long beard. As he watched Asterion walk towards the exit, his clothes stained with purple blood, Salazar Slytherin spoke. You are like me, Asterion Black Slytherin, a monster capable of sacrificing any morals and respect to achieve your goals. But unlike you, who hides behind a foolish dream, I show my true face to everyone. Asterion didn't look back and continued walking with an indifferent expression. Alike? In some ways, Asterion really did think he was like Salazar, but in other ways, they were completely different. Chapter 84 sequels. Walking through the newly renovated corridors of Hogwarts with his clothes stained with blood, wherever he went, the crowd made way for him, almost as if they were paving the path for their king. After participating in such a high-level battle, everyone realized that only a similar power, like Asterion, could help them, not just them but the entire country. Without beings like Asterion, all of England and the United Kingdom was no different. From a child in the face of special grade wizards. As Asterion was about to descend the stairs and head towards the Slytherin common room, he saw someone he did not want to see at that moment. Mainly because he couldn't control his magical energy as before, not when his magical reserves had almost tripled. Rose's incredibly blue eyes fell for a moment on Asterion's shadow. She was puzzled not to see the adorable hundred-eyed dog. Where is Baskerville? She asked, approaching him, not caring about the putrid blood on his clothes. Backing away from the sudden approach of the white-haired girl, Asterion turned and descended the stairs to the dungeons, but not before answering Rose's question. "I killed him." With cold and indifferent words, he disappeared down the staircase. Rose stopped and widened her eyes upon hearing this. She looked at the place where Asterion disappeared and bit her lips in frustration. She felt the distance between her and her cousin had increased. Baskerville's sudden death also left her shocked. The adorable dog was something she liked, especially for the loyalty she felt from him. She also knew that Asterion loved the 100-eyed dog as well, so hearing that he killed him shook her mind. Looking deeply at the stairs, Rose took a deep breath to calm herself and walked away. She was late for the private lessons she was having with Dumbledore. Inside the Slytherin common room, Asterion sat on the couch and looked at the ceiling, not caring about his blood-stained clothes. "Wine, Baskerville," he said while extending his hand, but only silence answered him. "That's right, he can't serve me anymore," Asterion murmured to himself. "I killed him." Looking at his own hands, he continued to murmur to himself. Maybe Salazar wasn't so wrong, after all. We are the same. Suddenly, he heard a female voice next to him. "You look tired, Herr Black." Looking to the side, Asterion saw a vaguely familiar face. "You really look like Sissy," he murmured. Doria frowned, hearing the intimate nickname for her mother. She clenched her fists and looked at Asterion with a touch of anger. Then, she relaxed her fists and let out a sigh filled with frustration and anger. "How is my mother, Herr Black?" she asked after a brief silence. "Relieved to be out of a marriage with the trash that is your father." Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the teenager beside him and responded casually, not caring about disparaging a father in front of his daughter. "I see." Doria lowered her head and murmured, lost in thought. "May I ask something personal, Doria?" "You can decline if you feel uncomfortable," Asterion asked, surprising Doria. "Feel free to ask, Herr Black," she replied with a calm expression. "Why did you and Draco never care about Sissy?" Doria remained silent, as if considering his words, before finally responding, "Partly because of our father and maybe out of fear." Asterion wasn't surprised by Lucius's involvement, but the fear genuinely surprised him. "Why would you be afraid of your own mother?" Asterion asked curiously. After hesitating for a long time, she answered in a somewhat trembling tone, "We were 4 years old, Draco and I wanted to sleep in her bed, but we saw something that still sends shivers down my spine." She opened her mouth and devoured that grotesque cursed spirit. Doria hugged herself as if trying to warm up. "That scene is etched in my mind. From that day on, every time I looked at my mother or when she approached me, my mind went back to that scene, and I saw her as a monster with cold, emotionless eyes. Sometimes I wondered if one day she would devour me as she did that cursed spirit." She finished with a slightly trembling and tearful voice. Asterion listened to everything in silence. Manipulation of cursed spirits, the simplified innate technique of the Black House, involves exorcising the cursed spirit and swallowing it to control it. "You probably know this," he said to Doria, who nodded silently. After being exorcised, the cursed spirit transforms into a blue orb in our hands, and then we swallow it. The taste midline horizontal ellipsis, Asterion paused, choosing his words carefully before continuing. It's the worst taste you can imagine, like an old rag soaked in feces and anything disgusting you can think of. His words made Doria's eyes widen in complete disbelief. Unfazed by Doria's wide-eyed reaction, Asterion continued. Day after day, night after night, we exorcise and consume cursed spirits, the filthiest things to ever walk the surface of this planet. This affects our minds, makes us colder and unable to show many emotions. That's the price of gaining such power. But I'm sure nothing hurt Narcissa more than seeing her children afraid of her. His cold and indifferent voice struck Doria like thunder. I know it must have been a traumatic scene to witness at such a young age, but give your mother a chance, because she's suffering more than you can imagine. Leaving these words, Asterion climbed the stairs and headed towards the boys' dormitory. Drained on the sofa, Doria stared at the ceiling and remained in complete silence. Mother. In Asterion's room, he could be seen unbuttoning his shirt while looking at himself in the mirror. His eyes were red, exhausted, and cold. He grabbed a wine bottle from the table beside him and drank directly from it, but before he could finish all the alcohol, his hands started to spasm, making it impossible for him to control his fingers. Asterion watched in silence as his fingers twitched in all possible directions. The bottle slipped from his hand, shattered into pieces on the floor, spilling the purplish liquid everywhere. Gripping his wrist tightly, Asterion clenched his teeth and stifled a pained groan as an overwhelming pain coursed through his body, reminding him of Salazar's surgery. Falling to his knees, he breathed heavily as his hands gradually returned to normal and the pain subsided over time. Asterion knew this was the price for gaining unnatural power. A black pentagram appeared in his eyes, and Asterion looked at himself. A hologram of his own body appeared in his mind, with several red areas indicating where he was injured. It was not surprising, given that even his soul had been opened. It was normal to have any aftereffects from a surgery. His had just begun to appear and would likely become more painful over time. But Asterion estimated that potions would alleviate the aftereffects, possibly even neutralize them. Rising from the floor, he could still see slight spasms occurring in various parts of his body. I need to return to the Black Mansion, not just for the potions lost with Baskerville's death, but also to start preparing for Voldemort's official return. Asterion murmured to himself as he finished unbuttoning his shirt. Chapter 85 Civil War 1. Entering the Black Mansion, Asterion walked into the living room. Next to the fireplace, he found Arcturus, the head of the Black House, seated in an armchair while reading his newspaper. Unlike his usual elegant attire, he was dressed in comfortable, loose clothing, something Asterion never thought he would see Arcturus wear. Looking around, the entire living room seemed the same as when he left, with one exception. The animated portrait of his grandmother, Walburga, was above the fireplace. "Welcome back, Asterion." Without lifting his head to look at his great-grandson, Arcturus continued reading with a calm and indifferent expression. A cigar, releasing a thin stream of smoke, rested between his lips. It seemed the old patriarch had returned to his old smoking habits. "My lovely grandson." The animated portrait, of course, noticed his arrival, facing the door as it did. "It's good to see you still so lively, grandmother." Handing his coat to Creature, who stood nearby, Asterion loosened his tie and spoke as he sat on the sofa. "How was Hogwarts?" Walburga asked, her voice full of happiness at speaking with her grandson again. She seemed like a normal, concerned grandmother if not for her extreme racism, rivaling or surpassing that of Hitler. "It was midline horizontal ellipsis," Asterion pondered for a moment and concluded with a single word, "enlightening." Shifting his focus from the newspaper, Arcturus's gaze fell upon his great-grandson. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Holding the cigar between his fingers, he flicked the ash into the ashtray and spoke, "I see you've matured, not as arrogant as before." Asterion did not respond and instead redirected the question back to him. "Any movement within the pureblood faction?" It was almost certain that after escaping, Voldemort would regroup with his old fanatical followers. This was inevitable, but it also meant a civil war was about to erupt within the noble faction. Arcturus narrowed his eyes, looking at his great-grandson and wondering how Asterion had learned this without him sending a letter. "Voldemort is back, at least a part of him." Sensing his doubts, Asterion didn't hide it and said it directly. Arcturus's eyes grew cold upon hearing his words. Now he understood why people were restless. The monster that had terrorized England 13 years ago had returned from the dead. Everything made sense now. Before, he was puzzled by the agitation. After all, his great-grandson was the only special grade wizard in the pure-blood faction, the only one who could stand against the most powerful wizard in the world and his successor, Rose Potter, another special grade witch. Unlike the Light faction, there was no possibility of two lions occupying the same mountain in the pure-blood faction. Especially since Voldemort had killed Regulus, his son and Asterion's father. "What do you plan to do?" Arcturus straightened in his chair and asked, his relaxed aura completely vanishing, replaced by the aura of a man nearing a century in age. "Kill." Asterion uttered a single word, his red eyes glowing with a black pentagram. "A massacre. Treason must be met with the highest penalty, death." Arcturus was satisfied with the response. Hesitation meant weakness, and weakness translated to death. Suddenly, Arcturus noticed the black pentagram in his great-grandson's red eyes. "What happened to your eyes?" "Power," he continued. "Power enough to make Dumbledore hesitate to attack me." Arcturus and Walburga in the portrait couldn't help but widen their eyes. Asterion's words implied that he could fight and even defeat Albus Dumbledore, the strongest wizard in the world. "What did you do?" Unlike Walburga, who couldn't be happier and prouder, Arcturus frowned deeply. If there was one thing he knew about the world, it was that there was always a price for power. What was necessary? Asterion didn't explain and had no intention of doing so. His words made Arcturus even more concerned. He got up from his chair and walked over to his great-grandson. Standing in front of him, he gripped the boy's shoulders and looked deeply into his red eyes. "Asterion, this isn't a game. You've gained a power you shouldn't have. There is always a price for power." Arcturus spoke, his voice tinged with worry and anxiety. Of course, Asterion knew that the surgery he underwent would leave lasting effects on his body, mind, and soul. It was the price for gaining such immense power in such a short time, but in his view, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. I'm fully aware, Lord Black. Removing Arcturus's hands from his shoulders, Asterion spoke, his face remaining indifferent. Though Arcturus's concern warmed him, he understood that, above all, actions had consequences. Arcturus himself had taught him this when they first met. Seeing this, Arcturus only let out a weary sigh and sat down next to his great-grandson. "You're as stubborn as a bull, just like your father," he said, his voice helpless. Walburga couldn't help but worry, but she said nothing. She could see that her grandson was quite independent when it came to himself. "Where is Bella?" Feeling the atmosphere a bit heavy, Asterion changed the subject. "Humph." At the mention of his great-niece, Arcturus snorted coldly. "The girl disappeared a week ago and hasn't returned. She's probably with Voldemort at this moment." Asterion nodded, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He didn't think Bellatrix had betrayed them. The woman might be insane, but she was loyal to the family above all else, unlike his uncle, Sirius. Asterion remembered something and called out loudly, "Creature!" Instantly, a house elf in old, worn clothes appeared before Asterion. "I hear your call, Lord Asterion," he said, bowing humbly. His raspy, aged voice was somewhat uncomfortable to listen to. "Did Bellatrix leave anything with you before she left?" Asterion asked. "Yes, Lord Asterion. Lady Bellatrix left a box with Creature and ordered Creature to give it only if you asked," the house elf said, gripping his own ears tightly, almost as if he wanted to tear them off. "Bring it to me," Asterion ordered under the surprised eyes of Arcturus. "Yes, my master." Creature disappeared the next moment. A few moments later, Creature returned, holding a wooden box in his hands. Taking the box, Asterion opened it and saw a jeweled golden cup. "The cup of Helga Hufflepuff." "With this, there are 4, Asterion murmured, closing the box. He already possessed the locket of Salazar Slytherin, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, and the ring of Marvolo Gaunt. 3 were missing, the snake Nagini, the diary, and Rose Potter herself. Though he didn't consider the latter a concern, he doubted that Rose would fail to notice a fragment of soul in her own body. Chapter 86 Civil War, 2, Asterion. Hearing his name called, Asterion looked towards the door and saw Narcissa entering the living room. Her pale hair was loose, cascading over her shoulders and back, and she wore a simple black dress. Narcissa seemed much freer than before, not as serious as when she got divorced. The divorce really helped her readjust her life. "You've arrived at a great time, Sissy." Setting aside the box containing Hufflepuff's cup, Asterion spoke calmly. "What do you need me to do?" Sitting beside him on the sofa, Narcissa tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked with a serious look. "An informal gathering, drinks and cigars, for our guests." Asterion replied, his red eyes glowing momentarily. He couldn't believe all the noble houses had surrendered to a crazy psychopath who kills on a whim. Even the stupidest person knew that aligning with someone like that was a huge risk, especially with this civil war about to break out. "Has something very serious happened?" Noticing the seriousness hanging in the air, Narcissa's gaze moved between Asterion and Arcturus. Voldemort has returned. Placing the cigar between his lips, Arcturus replied, releasing a trail of smoke into the air. His cold and indifferent eyes hid a faint murderous intent that lingered in the air. The image of Regulus's body returning in a coffin couldn't help but appear in the old patriarch's mind. A shiver ran through Narcissa's body upon hearing the cursed name. Her face paled as she relived some memories of encounters she had with the Dark Lord. After a prolonged silence, she asked, "Another war?" "Just a civil war within the faction, but I do not rule out Dumbledore entering the war," Asterion replied, his gaze thoughtful. Taking a deep breath, Narcissa tied her hair into a ponytail and responded as she stood up from the sofa. "I will make the preparations. The entire living room will be ready to receive our guests tonight." "Thank you, Sissy, your help at this moment is crucial." Asterion thanked her with a smile on his lips. Without Narcissa, planning a last-minute party would be a challenge for him and Arcturus, as neither of them knew anything about organizing parties or gatherings among nobles. In the future, as his wife, Daphne would be responsible for these types of formalities, such as parties and informal gatherings. It wasn't just Daphne. One could say that in British society, women were essential for these types of tasks. Giving Asterion a kiss on the cheek, Narcissa hurried out of the living room. She had much to do and plan. At times like these, she missed her sisters, even the crazy Bellatrix. "I hope many come." Flicking the ashes into the ashtray, Arcturus sighed with a touch of weariness in his tone. "Those who don't come are enemies of House Black." Rubbing his forehead, Asterion replied exasperatedly, feeling a prolonged headache, apparently another side effect of the surgery. Not many in the first place. Voldemort left a deep mark on his own allies, especially after the revelation of his mixed blood origin. Arcturus spoke, with obvious sarcasm at the mention of Voldemort's mixed blood heritage. Hiding will give an impression of fear to his allies, so he has to choose a good location for his base and start preparing for war. Arcturus continued. "That filthy rat is probably at Lestrange Manor or Malfoy Manor." Asterion nodded. War wasn't as simple as one might imagine. No matter how many men you have, without logistics behind it, everything will collapse like a house of cards. Arcturus looked at his thoughtful great-grandson and couldn't help but let out another heavy sigh laden with guilt and helplessness. "Sorry to make you bear this burden when you're so young, Asterion," he said, his voice tired. Arcturus knew he didn't have much time left, but he really didn't expect that at the end of his life, he would still be part of another war. "If you want to be king, you must bear the weight of the crown." Asterion responded to Arcturus's words with another phrase, one that made the old patriarch smile. "Yes." With a nostalgic smile, Arcturus closed his eyes and replied peacefully. "Old age is affecting me. Sometimes I forget my own principles." Both remained silent after this conversation, enjoying the warm and comfortable silence before the fires of war engulfed England once again. Later that night, more and more guests arrived at Black Manor, men and women, all of noble origin and powerful wizards, mainly those with an aged appearance, all of whom emanated powerful and sharp auras like swords ready to be drawn at any moment. These elders were of the same generation as Arcturus, invited by the patriarch himself, perhaps the last request before his death. All experienced individuals who had spent decades fighting between life and death. In the living room, everyone was seated in elaborate armchairs and chairs. A large amount of accumulated smoke hovered in the air. The patriarchs of noble houses sat on the right, with their wives on the left. I will be direct and to the point. Sitting in the main chair, Asterion looked at everyone present, his demeanor calm and composed, even under numerous gazes. Voldemort has returned. The murmurs that had filled the room almost immediately ceased completely. From this moment on, those who have come to this meeting will be my allies. I will protect you as your future leader. Although his voice was calm and cold, it somehow soothed the entire room. Voldemort is not the problem. Everyone listened intently. The mere mention of his name made some present shudder, showing the monster Voldemort was. The only problem in this civil war is that in the end, we will be even more weakened. We won't have as many seats in the Wizengamot as before. Dumbledore will take control of the Wizengamot. The tense atmosphere was revived once again with Asterion's words. The Wizengamot was created by them to remain in power after the dissolution of the old Wizards' Council. The smartest among them had already guessed what was about to happen. Counting everyone present at this moment, we have 17 of the 72 old noble houses that founded our society. Asterion continued. Now, like our ancestors, we have two options in front of us. Continue with the Ministry of Magic or dissolve the current regime and found another. When Asterion's voice fell, everyone became lost in thought, all deeply considering his words. What they were discussing was not irrelevant, it would change the entire internal and international landscape. What do you propose, Lord Black? An elderly lady asked, taking the lead. We won't be able to stay in power within the Ministry of Magic, even with the neutral faction on our side. Asterion's gaze fell upon his future in-laws, Aurelius and Helena Greengrass, next to them, the youngest daughter of House Greengrass, Astoria Greengrass. As for Daphne, she was sitting right next to Asterion, holding his hand the entire time. I propose we create another governing body. Asterion spoke with determination. Honestly, there was another option, to use the lesser noble houses to occupy the seats of the great houses that had disappeared over time, but that was impossible. The power of the extinct noble houses had already been distributed among the great noble houses over millennia. Decentralizing at this moment was a risk of rebellion that Asterion didn't want to take. Thus, creating another governing body was essential, especially so that Asterion and the noble faction could still have power in the future. Otherwise, with the few seats they had left in the Wizengamot, Dumbledore would create more and more laws gradually stripping them of their powers, and they would no longer be as powerful as before. The noble houses that founded the British Wizarding Society and influenced the entire world in ancient times will gradually be sidelined for a filthy democratic future where Muggleborns and half-bloods gain more and more power. What new governing body would that be, Lord Black? Arthur Knott, father of Theodore Knott, asked. Looking at everyone present, Asterion spoke. The Clock Tower. Clock Tower. Everyone murmured, rolling the word around in their mouths as if tasting its meaning. The Clock Tower, Asterion replied solemnly, meeting Arthur's gaze. It would be a governing body comprised of a parliamentary table of 12 lords, elected with 5-year terms subject to re-election. The clock tower will be a place of politics and innovation. It will be the center of our society, a place where our magical civilization begins to advance, surpassing all others. And how would we do that? Aurelius Greengrass asked, his question striking directly at the heart of the matter. All noble houses, regardless of who they are, must open their libraries and place their legacies in the clock tower. Asterion said, but only silence responded. Chapter 87 Civil War 3. Asterion's proposal made everyone hesitate. They were not noble solely because of innate skills. The monopoly of knowledge was what made them superior to Muggleborns and half-breeds. While Muggleborns only began studying at 13 when they went to Hogwarts, descendants of noble houses started from childhood, laying a solid foundation for their future. Giving up this advantage was something they were reluctant to part with. As the future Lord of House Black, I will be the first to open the library of House Black. The entire legacy of House Black over 1,000 years will be placed in the Clock Tower Library to be accessed at any time, Asterion said, seeing everyone hesitating, including House Greengrass. He wasn't surprised. He expected this when he proposed it, so Asterion was the first to set the example. Asterion's words widened many eyes. The idea of freely accessing all the knowledge of House Black, successor to House Slytherin, made everyone look at Asterion with warm gazes, almost as if they were admiring a beautiful woman. Asterion knew that knowledge was a tempting weapon, used by those who knew how to manipulate it to establish the foundations of human society, creating a society like no other, differentiating humans from other magical sentient races. No wizard would resist the temptation to obtain all the knowledge of a great noble house like House Black. House Greengrass will also open its entire library, Aurelius, Asterion's future father-in-law, said, supporting the idea. There was a smile on the man's lips. With Aurelius's words, other patriarchs made their decisions. House Caro. House Shafiq. House Yaxley. Listening to everyone, Asterion firmly held Daphne's hand and could barely stop himself from smiling. The first part of his plan went so smoothly that it surprised even him. Asterion even thought of sending a gift to Voldemort for making things easier for him. And the gift he would give to his father's killer would be a slow and painful death. Will Dumbledore accept this new government? Arcturus asked, calming everyone present. Yes, Dumbledore had to accept the new government so that the Ministry of Magic could peacefully and orderly dissolve without bringing too much chaos to the country. Taking a sip of wine, Asterion wasn't dissatisfied with his great-grandfather's words. It was a very important question in the first place. Savoring the wine for a moment, Asterion swallowed the purplish liquid and calmly replied, Dumbledore will accept it. The clock tower will facilitate the rise of Muggleborns in our society. His words made everyone's faces darken. The idea of Muggleborns freely enjoying the knowledge accumulated by their ancestors left a bitter taste in their mouths. I know what you're all thinking, but consider a different angle. Asterion didn't need to read minds to understand what was going on in these people's heads. We will still be in power. Our knowledge will be used to foster new innovations in our society. We can use this to our advantage without attracting too much hatred. In other words, the future creators of these innovations will have to sign a profit-sharing contract, or they won't be able to patent their own creations. This made everyone feel better. Yes, as long as they were in power, they could create laws to prevent certain unpleasant things, like the possible future tide of democracy coming in like a tsunami. But, before we begin our preparations, I know many of you were Death Eaters, Asterion spoke, grabbing everyone's attention again. A slight tension hung in the air, anticipating his next words. I don't trust you. His words were direct and to the point. But for this to work, we need to have a certain level of trust among all present. I propose an unbreakable vow for all of us, he continued without waiting for anyone's reaction. This unbreakable vow will be performed during a ceremony for each new member of our faction. In other words, my children, your children, grandchildren, and future descendants will be required to make an unbreakable vow to ensure the security of the interests of our noble houses. Although Asterion knew that the unbreakable vow wasn't so unbreakable, given that the vows of Dumbledore and Grindelwald were broken, but the unbreakable vow was still the most powerful binding method in the wizarding world. Which was a great solution to the problem of distrust. Everyone didn't rush to respond, and Asterion wasn't in a hurry at this moment. It wasn't an easy decision to make, it involved the possible survival of their houses. It was totally normal for them to talk amongst themselves. While everyone conversed among themselves, Daphne approached Asterion more closely and whispered, "You really surprised me. I came urgently after receiving my mother's letter." Her warm breath tickling Asterion's ear. Asterion looked at her and rolled his eyes. "What excuse did you give to leave Hogwarts?" he whispered. "I just said that my sister's situation worsened," Daphne replied innocently. Asterion just shook his head. He looked at his friends accompanying their respective parents. They were all silent, looking at him with admiration. The only thing bothering him was that Draco and Doria weren't present, which meant they were on Voldemort's side, or rather, where Lucius wanted them to be. Asterion estimated that about half of Slytherin was empty at the moment, which must have surely surprised Snape with so many excuses students used to leave in the middle of the school year. This must have also alarmed Dumbledore, who obviously knew that Voldemort had returned. Poor Snape, Asterion pretended to be sad and sighed. "Please, you must be happy about his suffering." Showing a playful smile, she whispered in his ear as their fingers intertwined. Squeezing her hand firmly, he casually replied, "I'm not that cruel." This time it was Daphne's turn to roll her eyes at his remarks. Remembering something, Daphne whispered to him, "Rose has gotten quite close to Dumbledore recently, she's spent a lot of time in his office." Asterion was surprised for a moment but calmly accepted the news. It was expected that Rose would side with Dumbledore, especially after the Hogwarts attack. "Worried about your cousin?" Daphne teased sarcastically, seeing his silence. "Was that a hint of jealousy I detected in your tone?" Asterion raised an eyebrow and asked, his voice tinged with amusement. "You went into a broom cupboard with her," Daphne spoke coldly, her voice almost spitting venom. "Firstly, she dragged me in there. Secondly, nothing happened between us inside the broom cupboard. Thirdly, she just wanted some advice about her life." Holding Daphne's hand firmly, Asterion patiently explained. For some reason, he found his fiancée's jealousy quite adorable, especially regarding Rose, whom he only saw as a cousin with some parental affection. Daphne felt like some weight had been lifted off her shoulders hearing his words. Although it was normal for a lord of a noble house to have lovers outside of marriage, she didn't want that for her future marriage. Asterion was hers, and she didn't want to share him with anyone else. Lord Black. Hearing his name being called, Asterion focused his attention on the guests who had stopped murmuring among themselves. It seemed like everyone had come to an agreement. A good thing in his opinion. We have agreed to make an unbreakable vow. In the future, our interests are intertwined not only by promises but by blood and magic, Aurelius Greengrass spoke, assuming the role of representative of the nobles present. Everyone applauded for the wording choices of Daphne's father. The man was a born politician who took on the role of representative in a few short minutes of discussion. Asterion presumed that the man would be one of the 12 lords of the clock tower in the future, especially with the support of the neutral faction, which was not as neutral as before. Asterion rose from the chair that resembled more of a throne and lifted his wine-filled glass. Everyone followed Asterion's lead, rising from their seats and raising their glasses. A toast to a new beginning and a new era, Asterion spoke, displaying a rare smile. A new era. A new era. A new era. The patriarchs exclaimed as they raised their glasses high. Watching everyone like this, Asterion smiled and drank all the purplish liquid from his glass in one gulp. My era. He murmured to himself. Chapter 88 Civil War 4 Lestrange Mansion. Seated around a long rectangular table, 12 witches and wizards remained silent. Of the 12, at least half had escaped from Azkaban, all of them looking towards the head seat, where a young man with soft black hair and red eyes was seated. The table, a huge serpent, was smoothly sliding between the plates and goblets. A hissing sound echoed particularly loudly in the silence of the room. Perhaps the only one relaxed in such a tense environment was Bellatrix. The woman was filing her nails, ignoring the murderous looks her former husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, was giving her. Blowing off the nail remnants, Bellatrix extended her hand and looked satisfied at her perfectly manicured nails. What can you tell us about your cousin, Lady Lestrange? Lucius asked, his tone low, fearful of offending the head of the table. Bellatrix placed a finger on her lips and pondered her choice of words with an innocent look. In terms of appearance, he's adorable, lovely, cold, and very cruel. He wouldn't let me eat sweets after dinner. In the end, she spoke with a particularly resentful tone. Lucius's face twisted slightly at the absurd response of the mad woman. He's talking about his weaknesses and strengths, Lady Lestrange. Ernest Macmillan, Patriarch of House Macmillan, spoke, his voice somewhat helpless. Although he noticed the murderous look from the Patriarch Lestrange when he called Bellatrix Lady Lestrange. In terms of strength, we will die almost instantly if we face him head-on. Any special level cursed spirit will turn all of us into a delicious tomato sauce seasoned with our organs to put on the salad. Bellatrix spoke in an animated voice, as if being crushed was a good final fate. This made everyone avert their eyes. Conversing rationally with a madwoman was difficult, especially with Bellatrix, who was famous for her madness. But when it came to loyalty, no one questioned her. Everyone could betray the Dark Lord, but not Bellatrix. The woman was such a loyal follower that she did things that made some people in this room feel sick. And mind you, No one present in this room was innocent. The person with the fewest kills had at least 10 deaths to their name, so it was quite an accomplishment to make these racist murderers feel nauseous. We already know that, Lady Lestrange. Lucius spoke in an annoyed tone. Bellatrix's green eyes fell on Lucius, her lips curling into a malicious smile as she spoke in a sadistic tone. How's the single life? Bringing your sex toys home. Poor Narcissa, betrayed and even blamed for the divorce. If it were me, I would have killed the mistresses and the fruits of the betrayal right in front of you. When she said this, Bellatrix intentionally looked at Rodolphius, who seemed ready to attack at any moment, especially at the mention of his beloved and dead child. Everyone felt a chill hearing this. They did not doubt that Bellatrix could do it. Lucius, in particular, showed a cold and slightly murderous expression. Enough of this foolish discussion. With a cold and indifferent voice, everyone fell silent and focused on Voldemort, who was petting the serpent Nagini. Asterion Black's weaknesses, Bellatrix, Voldemort said, his tone making everyone shudder involuntarily. Bellatrix showed no fear, her smile grew as she spoke. There is only one. Everyone looked expectantly at Bellatrix. And what would that be, Lady Lestrange? Ernest asked eagerly. He loves his family. As Bellatrix finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Bellatrix's words were obvious to everyone. It's unrealistic to attack Black Manor. Voldemort looked at Bellatrix with his red eyes and spoke calmly. Even though he had never been to Black Manor, he knew there was certainly something of great danger protecting that 1,000-year-old mansion. I agree. Surprisingly, Bellatrix agreed with Voldemort's words. Attacking Black Manor is a suicide mission. Arcturus wouldn't hesitate to blow up the entire mansion with everyone in it. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air. We will first attack Gringotts, Voldemort said, drawing everyone's attention immediately. We will leave no one alive. Yes, my master. Bellatrix was the first to speak. She stood up and saluted like a soldier who had just received orders. As for why they were attacking Gringotts, Bellatrix didn't ask, nor did anyone else around. Working with Voldemort, they knew that questioning orders meant death. They had seen this happen countless times in the war 13 years ago. No one wanted to be the next corpse thrown into an unknown ditch. Suddenly, everyone heard a knock on the door. Enter, Voldemort said casually. The doors opened, and a young girl of 13 entered the room, with pale blonde hair and icy blue eyes. The drinks as ordered, Father. The young girl bowed to Lucius, and the trays holding wine glasses floated automatically to the table. Picking up the wine glass, Voldemort's cold eyes fell on the girl with a faint murderous intent. You should bow to me, Doria. This is my final warning to you. Thank your father for being a loyal follower, otherwise, I would kill you now. Doria's body trembled at his words. She quickly bowed to Voldemort and spoke with a slightly trembling voice, Why yes, my lord. Fear infiltrated the young girl's heart like a deadly poison, making her look as if she was about to die at any moment. This horrible feeling made her face pale. Ignoring the tense atmosphere caused by Doria's mistake and Lucius's extremely irritated face, Bellatrix looked at her niece and spoke cheerfully, You really look like your mother, Doria. As if hearing a call for salvation, Doria looked at the aunt she had never had contact with and greeted her respectfully, but did not bow due to the previous events. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Aunt." Bellatrix hummed and casually chatted with her niece. "You are almost a copy of your mother. She looked exactly like you at your age." "Enough of the useless chatter, Bellatrix." Voldemort interrupted the conversation and spoke, "Prepare for the attack." Everyone stood up, placed their wands over their chests in respect, and left in an orderly fashion one by one, leaving Voldemort alone, petting Nagini and lost in thought. Inside a room. Sound of a slap. The sound of a loud, strong slap reverberated between the walls. Holding the left side of her face, Doria suppressed the tears threatening to fall and looked at her father with a resentful gaze. "Never embarrass me like that again." Lucius roared, his eyes almost brimming with fury. "You are just like your mother, useless, not even fit to perform simple tasks like serving drinks competently." Draco, who was watching everything from the side, opened his mouth to defend his twin sister but closed it, seeing his father filled with rage. "But it doesn't matter anymore. You will marry the son of House Macmillan." Calming down a bit, Lucius straightened the creases in his clothes and spoke coldly. Doria couldn't help but widen her eyes upon hearing that, the memory of the Macmillan house son appearing in her mind. A decently handsome but talentless skinny boy. Doria didn't want to marry someone like him, weaker than her, not her who had always been taught to respect the strong. Seeing the veiled rejection on her daughter's face, Lucius mocked, "Who said you have a choice?" Without waiting for her to respond, Lucius left the room with his cane. "Sister." With their father absent, Draco approached Doria, but halted his steps at that moment. Doria looked at him as if he were a traitor. Draco clenched his fists and tried to explain, but every time he tried to speak, the words couldn't come out. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Doria straightened her back and showed an indifferent expression. "Leave," Doria spoke coldly. "Leave my room now." Draco hesitated, but obeyed and left the room with his head down. Now alone, Doria bit her lips so hard that blood came out. Looking at her wrist, she felt disgust and hatred seeing the skull and snake tattooed on her wrist. Suddenly, the doors of the room were abruptly opened, startling Doria. Looking up, she found her Aunt Bellatrix looking at her with a big smile. "You're bleeding." Bellatrix noticed the blood on her lips and the red mark on her niece's left cheek. She already knew what had happened. "It's nothing." Doria tried to wipe the blood from her lips, but only made it worse, spreading it all around her mouth. Sitting on the arm of the chair Doria was sitting in, Bellatrix spoke with an amused smile. "Staying strong even after what happened, your mother would be proud of you." "My mother would probably mock me if she saw my state now," Doria spoke, her tone low and full of disdain for herself. "Knowing Sissy, she would have hugged and comforted you in her arms. Then she would have ripped Lucius's head off for touching you." Bellatrix spoke, her lips curling into a cold and sadistic smile. She approached Doria's face and helped clean the dried blood spread around her mouth. "You are very beautiful. You must have many suitors at Hogwarts," Bellatrix commented amusingly, looking at her niece's lovely face, which had entirely inherited her sister's beauty. Not as many as my mother probably had, Doria replied in a lighter and more relaxed tone with the change of subject. You have no idea how popular Narcissa was at Hogwarts. The famous Ice Queen of Slytherin. The line of suitors was so long that almost every boy had a crush on her. If she winked at a boy who was dating, relationships would end, Bellatrix said, recalling her time at Hogwarts with a low laugh. A smile appeared on Doria's lips upon hearing this. But her smile faded. Daphne Greengrass is the Queen of Slytherin. Her tone was a bit disheartened. She should have been the center of attention, but because of Daphne, she was just another pretty girl. Being Asti's fiancée certainly made her popular. Having finished cleaning the blood, Bellatrix spoke casually. Looking at her niece's disheartened face, Bellatrix showed a mischievous smile. She knew how important it was for a proud girl to be the most popular at school. You can become popular too, just get into Asterion's bed, and you'll gain power, Bellatrix said with a cute smile on her lips. Doria felt her cheeks heat up at her aunt's bold proposal. Remember, dear niece, a black never bows to anyone. With that, she stood up and walked towards the room's exit. Where are you going? Doria asked. She didn't want to part from Bellatrix, the only woman she could seemingly trust. To bathe in goblin blood and listen to their sweet screams while I torture them. Looking over her shoulder, Bellatrix responded with a cold and somewhat crazy smile. Watching Bellatrix leave the room excited like a child going to play in the park, Doria murmured to herself. My aunt is crazy. Chapter 89 Civil War, 5, Death Eater attack on Gringotts. Closing the newspaper and placing it on the table, Asterion showed a thoughtful look. Voldemort attacked Gringotts to secretly recover Hufflepuff's cup. The attack on Gringotts was just a distraction. Voldemort must have already noticed the absence of 2 Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup and Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Asterion murmured to himself. At the same time, he must be worried about the safety of the other Horcruxes at Hogwarts, which I've already taken. He must be getting a bit paranoid at this point. Asterion continued to voice his thoughts with a cold smile on his lips. Asterion. Hearing his name called, the Black Heir looked towards the source of the voice and saw Narcissa looking at him with a worried and hesitant expression. Is something bothering you, sissy? Asterion asked gently. Even a fool could see that Narcissa wanted something but was hesitant to ask. Clenching her fists, Narcissa bit her lips and opened her mouth but hesitated, remaining silent. Raising an eyebrow, he asked with a serious look, Am I so unworthy of your trust, sissy? I trust you, but you are a leader, and you cannot put feelings ahead of the interests of the entire group. Narcissa spoke as she sat down and smiled, though the smile was tinged with sadness and remorse. Seeing the proud and cold Narcissa acting this way, Asterion knew she was worried about her children. If you are talking about Doria and Draco, you don't need to worry. I won't harm them. After all, it's not their fault they have a father with poor judgment. He spoke in a soft and gentle tone but ended with a hint of scorn for Lucius. Thank you, Asterion. Truly, thank you. Moving forward, Narcissa hugged Asterion deeply and spoke with a voice full of emotion and tremors. Only she knew how many nights she couldn't sleep thinking about her children living in the same house as a monster like Voldemort. It terrified her, the idea of seeing her children return in coffins made her heart feel like it was being stabbed repeatedly. "Don't worry, they will be safe, I promise you that. But you need to focus. Today we have the meeting with Dumbledore to establish our preliminary alliance and set the terms for the future transfer of power." Patting Narcissa's back, Asterion spoke in a serious tone. Breaking from the hug, Narcissa nodded with renewed determination. She kissed Asterion on the cheek and left with hurried but firm steps. Suddenly, two girls entered the living room. He knew both of them. Daphne and Astoria, his future wife and future sister-in-law, respectively. Unlike her older sister, Astoria had darker blonde hair and green eyes, inherited from her mother, Helena. She was small, even for 12 years old, her complexion showing a sickly paleness. But even suffering from a terrible blood curse, the girl displayed a cheerful smile and a very light aura, almost as if she didn't care about her curse. "Still getting used to the mansion, Astoria?" As Daphne sat next to him, Asterion asked his young sister-in-law. "A bit too dark for my taste." Ignoring her sister's disapproving look, Astoria commented on the dark themes of the mansion. "But, a very cozy place." She spoke, looking playfully at her sister. "So, how far have you two gone?" With curiosity shining in her eyes, Astoria lowered her voice and asked eagerly. Daphne's pale cheeks turned red with her younger sister's intimate question. "Astoria." Embarrassed, Daphne looked shyly and angrily at her sister. "You are forbidden to read those books in your room." Pouting dissatisfied, Astoria rolled her eyes at her older sister and looked mischievously at Asterion, who remained silent, listening to the whole conversation with interest. "We just kissed." Faced with her gaze, Asterion responded indifferently. Boring, Astoria lost interest almost instantly upon hearing that. She couldn't help but look at her sister with a disappointed look. That disappointed look made Daphne feel even more irritated. Getting up from the chair, she grabbed her sister and dragged her out of the living room regardless of the pleading words she heard. Asterion watched everything with an amused look. It was nice to relax like this before the real work began. A table was set in the middle of the room, on one side all the noble faction allied with House Black, on the other side, the entire light faction, led by Albus Dumbledore. As for the ministry employees in important positions, they were all ignored, including the current Minister of Magic. The Ministry of Magic would cease to exist, only those truly in power were important in this meeting. Another election would be held when everything normalized and all power was transferred to the new governing body, the Clock Tower. Asterion was not leading the entire negotiation, he left that to the veteran politicians of the Pure Blood faction, like Aurelius, Arcturus, and others. At this moment, he was needed only as a symbol of power, just like Dumbledore on the other side of the table. "Let us begin." Dumbledore spoke with a gentle smile, his blue eyes behind the lenses of his glasses appearing especially kind at that moment. "Yes." Arcturus nodded, and everyone began to take their respective seats. Papers containing all relevant information were distributed equally to everyone present in the room. The hall echoed with the rustling of the pages. Dumbledore concentrated on reading. The first thing he noticed was the name. Clock Tower. The Hogwarts headmaster found the name oddly fitting for British society, but the next pieces of information made him sit up straighter. The entire legacy of the noble houses in one place, all the information of an entire civilization gathered for everyone to read regardless of origin. Even though he knew there was an enormous price to pay for such knowledge, Dumbledore still wanted to laugh joyfully. If such a proposal were implemented, England would be the only magical society in the world with such conditions for learning and centralization when it came to civilization. Calming the excitement in his heart, he continued to read attentively. 12 Lords. Dumbledore murmured as he reached the part about the distribution of powers. Department of General Fundamentals. Department of Individual Fundamentals. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Department of Zoology. Department of International Magical Cooperation. Department of Botany. Department of Astromancy. Department of Creation. Department of Curses. Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Department of Magical Games and Sports. Department of Policies. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. The number was much smaller than the seats in the Wizengamot, where all powers were divided almost equally. If the clock tower proposal were successfully approved, it meant that certain powers would have to be centralized in a few individuals, making them particularly powerful, a disadvantage in the fight against future corruption. On the other hand, with fewer departments, the entire legal system would be streamlined, making it more efficient in terms of internal control, although efficiency would be contested, as there wouldn't be as many filters in case of irregularities. But in the end, everything could be adjusted gradually, making the clock tower very suitable to replace the current Ministry of Magic, which was full of corruption and injustices. I presume the 12 Lords can delegate their powers, Dumbledore asked, removing his glasses. All 12 Lords can appoint senators to oversee each department, Arcturus replied with a cold tone, very different from Dumbledore's enthusiastic attitude. Senators, Dumbledore murmured with a gleam in his eyes. Honestly, each of the 12 Lords wielded much power. It was as if there were 12 kingdoms within one large empire, all coexisting with each other. But looking at the number of nobles on the other side of the table, Dumbledore smiled. He perfectly understood why the clock tower proposal was put forward. The pureblood faction would no longer have as many members occupying seats in the Wizengamot after this civil war. This meant that the pureblood faction would no longer have the final say in the Ministry of Magic. Honestly, many might think Dumbledore should refuse this proposal and directly control the Ministry of Magic, but Dumbledore himself knew that if he did that, the entire British Wizarding Society would collapse. Tyranny would only sink this country into even more death, chaos, and despair. Everyone would go to war to maintain power, regardless of the dire consequences, further weakening the entire Wizarding Society as a whole. Politics was a mess. Dumbledore cursed mentally and looked at Asterion standing next to Arcturus, the orchestrator of everything happening today. Smiling gently at the boy, Dumbledore spoke. "Let's go over the terms, Lord Arcturus." With his words, the entire room shifted atmosphere. Gunpowder seemed to have been thrown into the air, ready to explode at any moment. The meeting continued with detailed discussions on each department's roles, responsibilities, and the selection process for the 12 Lords. Despite the formality of the proceedings, there was a palpable sense of anticipation and uncertainty in the room. For Asterion, this was just the beginning. The real challenge would be in the implementation and the inevitable resistance from those who were deeply entrenched in the old ways. But for now, the focus was on laying a strong foundation for what they hoped would be a new era of magical governance. Chapter 90 Civil War 6, The Leaky Cauldron. "We're a joke, aren't we, Rufus?" said a woman, silver strands visible among her red hair. Her blue eyes seemed particularly tired with a touch of exhaustion. The 50-year-old woman had an aura of someone who had spent a long time in a position of power. "Don't be so melodramatic, Amelia." Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Aurors, drank his butterbeer and replied in a calm tone. "I'm not being melodramatic. We weren't called to such an important meeting. It feels like we're just trainee secretaries, despite the blood and sweat we've given for this country." Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, scoffed in a cold and sarcastic tone, with a touch of self-mockery. She looked around and saw everyone talking about the new governmental body that would rule over the country. They all seemed excited with a touch of hope for the future that awaited them. Amelia did not mock these people for their naivety. They could not know that it was just a fundamental exchange of interests between the factions that controlled British wizarding society. "Hypocrite Dumbledore," Amelia whispered to herself as she drank her entire butterbeer in one gulp. "He did what he thought was best for us, Amelia." Seeing the state of his longtime friend, Rufus understood what she was feeling, but he focused on the future, an uncertain future that was to come. "I know, but it's still discouraging to know that decades of your work were thrown away like crumpled paper in a trash bin." Amelia spoke, her voice low and hoarse, very disheartened by all the recent events. "Look on the bright side, you became one of the senators, reporting to only one of the 12 lords." Rufus tried to cheer up his friend, although he wasn't exactly good at comforting people in the first place. It was the least that old bastard could do. Amelia gritted her teeth, remembering the news that she had been demoted and would be under the command of one of Dumbledore's allies, as one of the 24 senators in the future Supreme Court. She felt she was just a moment away from punching that old wizard's special-grade face. Especially with him speaking in that comforting and gentle tone, as if he were comforting her. "And them?" When Amelia mentioned them, Rufus's face turned indifferent and cold, a murderous intent accumulated over decades enveloping him, making the atmosphere particularly colder. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Rufus lowered his voice and whispered coldly, "They aren't killing like they did in the war 13 years ago, so the news of his return isn't known yet. Everyone is working to prevent the information from leaking, including the noble faction. The news of the Gringotts attack was given as a terrorist attack by the crazies from the Aurora Society. At least I'll get revenge on that crazy bitch for killing my fiancé." Amelia clenched her fists and spoke in a particularly cruel and cold tone. Rufus sighed at the mention of Amelia's fiancé. Carl had been his partner in the war 13 years ago, but unfortunately, he crossed paths with Bellatrix Lestrange. It was commonly known that the chance of surviving an encounter with Bellatrix was very low. The woman was practically a one-person army with her hundreds of powerful cursed spirits. Carl, unfortunately, met her. Rufus had to deliver Carl's remains, or at least what was left of him, to his family. Bellatrix had been particularly cruel to Carl, leaving him with only his head and a smiling face drawn in blood on his cheek. "Ghosts of the past always come back to haunt us," Rufus commented, letting out a heavy sigh. Amelia didn't respond and ordered a full mug of butterbeer. "Today, I'm only leaving this bar unconscious," she said, looking at Rufus with a cruel gaze. Seeing this look, Rufus let out another sigh and decided to join his old comrade in arms. "Another mug, Tom." Black Mansion, Arcturus's study. "So, how is the public reaction?" Asterion asked, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. "Somewhat mixed, but the majority support the change," Arcturus replied, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Dumbledore's prestige is indeed great among the Muggleborn," finished the Black Patriarch. "If it were us, we might have a rebellion right now," Asterion said sarcastically. "We're not French, Asterion," Arcturus added with a hint of amusement in his tone. Asterion laughed at the joke. "Yes, compared to England, France had the rightful title of the City of Revolution. If you are a powerless commoner, these words mean nothing. But if you are a king, emperor, or president, these words mean the guillotine. Being a ruler of France means sitting on a throne of TNT ready to explode at any moment. Voldemort is hesitating to attack or reveal his presence." Flicking the ashes of his cigar into the ashtray, Arcturus commented in a puzzled tone. Arcturus and all the others might be confused, but Asterion knew that Voldemort was probably feeling cornered and extremely paranoid now with the loss of so many Horcruxes. This gave Asterion a sadistic pleasure, imagining the man seeing eyes even on the walls, watching his every move. "Don't worry about Voldemort, let's focus on his allies. Let's cut down these noble houses as if someone were cutting off heads," Asterion said, raising his glass of whiskey and holding it up to the light, illuminating the liquid inside the glass. "Most of them are Death Eaters who escaped with Bella's breakout. They are all bankrupt and without any apparent power. All the gold, property, and shops in the names of these noble houses have been distributed among the noble and neutral factions." Arcturus nodded and replied. "Compared to the war 13 years ago, this war was much easier. Economically and numerically, they had been on the winning side of the war since the civil conflict began. On the other hand, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had nothing but a few people and the money funded by the Malfoy house. This greatly benefited the Black House and all its allies, who had superior power, money, and strength in every sense. If it weren't for Voldemort being a special grade wizard, his entire fortress would have collapsed like a house of cards, and they would have won this war the following week. But there's something strange." Arcturus's words caught Asterion's attention, who looked at his great-grandfather, confused. "Other countries have become involved." Arcturus showed a cold look and spoke in a rather disdainful tone. "Which countries are secretly funding Voldemort?" Asterion asked, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. The intervention of other countries was something he did not expect. But thinking that a weakened England was better than a strong England internationally, Asterion was not very surprised by the intervention of these countries. Especially with England having 3 special grade wizards. With Albus Dumbledore considered the strongest in the world. Rose didn't have much reputation, but Asterion was different. He had personally exorcised 5 special grade spirits, which made his reputation quite high internationally. "Germany and France," Arcturus replied, smoking his cigar. Asterion nodded. Both countries deeply hated Grindelwald and Dumbledore. especially the German Minister of Magic, whose brother was killed in the war between the two powerful special grade wizards. Old ghosts always come back to haunt us. Arcturus blew a circle of smoke into the air and sighed helplessly. It doesn't matter, their involvement in our civil war gives us the loophole to retaliate without being sanctioned by other countries. Asterion showed a cold smile. Especially with the Geneva Convention next year, where all the special grade wizards will gather to discuss the new treaty. Arcturus nodded. Next year's convention would definitely be something interesting to watch. Next chapter, Chapter 91 Battlefield 1, Chapter 92 Battlefield 2, Chapter 93, Conflicts on the Battlefield 1, Chapter 94, Conflicts on the Battlefield 2, Chapter 95 The War Intensifies 1, Chapter 96 The War Intensifies 2, Chapter 97 The Death of Voldemort 1, Chapter 98 The Death of Voldemort 2, and end of the first volume. Next chapter second volume, Chapter 99, Decision 1, Chapter 100, Decision 2, Chapter 101, Decision 3, Chapter 102 The Black Sisters 1, Chapter 103 The Black Sisters 2, Chapter 104 Roses Past 1, Chapter 105 Arrival of Country Representatives 1, Chapter 106 Arrival of Country Representatives 2, Chapter 107 Arrival of Country Representatives 3, Chapter 108 Party 1, Chapter 109 Party 2, Chapter 110 Back to Hogwarts 1, Chapter 111 Back to Hogwarts 2.